Hello, everybody, and welcome to the European League Masters. This is our next step in the European League journey presented by Unity Clash. 8 teams have earned the right to battle it out in our round robin over the next 7 weeks to be considered our first ever Masters champion. From veteran teams to brand new squads, this is the place where the best of EU are gonna battle it out on the grassroots scene. Of course, my name is Lobo, and I am joined by the ever so wonderful Husky Star. Husky, how are you doing today?
What's up? I'm happy to be here. Doing pretty good. Got a nice long sleep last night after a long work week, and I'm excited to watch some EU. This has been a good couple of weeks so far, so it should be an exciting couple of rounds we'll get to see today.
No, absolutely. I'm so excited to get to see some of these teams in action. It's been a hot minute since I've had a chance to follow the action here over at the league, but I'm so excited. Some of my favorite teams coming out to play, including Los Duros and MTZ, some of my highlights that we are going to get to watch today as well. But I think we're going to have a quick look at the current standings and how we're going through there. So let's check this out and have a look at our 8 current participants. Husky, you want to take us through that top 4?
Yeah, so both Rework esports are up in that top 2 with 3-0 so far. Really solid performance from these two teams. Los Duros, another team that we've seen quite a lot in EU, as well as Team Int, also share a record of 2-1, and then in that bottom 4 bracket, a couple teams with 0-3, MTZ with 1-2. But the standings, we've gone a couple weeks now, and the standings are, shaken out to be pretty interesting. But some of these bottom teams, it really doesn't mean much that they don't have a win yet, because anything can change over the next couple weeks.
No, I agree, especially with that 6, 7, and 8 place. Thank you to Phantom Forces and Supernova. They are getting their footings, right? They got to make sure that they can get some wins on the board, a little bit of consistency going through. MTZ needs to get another win on the board as well. Try to crack in to that top 4, but those 2 Rework teams in the top, Rework Esport Gear and Rework Esport Core. That's going to be interesting when they come up against each other, Husky, to keep those names nice and separated.
Yeah, we're going to see one of them. Or no, we're going to see both of them, I think, today. Yeah, we're going to see Rework Esport Gear first, and then we'll see Core later. So I guess you just call them Gear and Core when we face each other.
I mean, you got to keep those names separated somehow. But I mean, nothing else is separating those 2 teams right now with those 3-0 with the points coming through. Rework just going through ahead on points by 1. So I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how that is going to play out. But we'll show what is going to come up as our first game of the day, with these absolutely lovely graphics. Our stream schedule here, we've got Rework Esports Gear going up against Los Duros, Phantom Forces going up against Team Int, Supernova going up against Rework Esport Core, and MTZ going up against Thank You To. Now, having a look at those standings, these are some interesting matches that could really determine whether people move up or down.
Yeah, these are going to be some interesting ones. We saw in the standings that both Rework Esports are really up there. Los Duros as well is still really up there, as well as Team Int. So these couple of matches early, see all of them, are going to be really interesting. I feel like especially this first match that we're going to see, because these are kind of your top 3, within those top 3. So that should be really interesting. And then, later on down the line, we're kind of seeing a lot of the top teams here, and then a lot of teams who are really going to want to make sure that they're pulling out some wins.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm really excited to see this. Also, we were talking about that MTZ versus To-Do down the bottom. It's going to be all to play for in that bottom side. But like you said, our very first match is going to be heated up with one of our top place teams going up against each other with Los Duros versus Gear. But I do believe we have some current stats that we're going to take a look at as well. Who doesn't love some good stats that we've got by the wonderful Dio Eva? I apologize if I absolutely butchered that name, but Eva has put together these stats for us for day 2 and day 3. So we're going to take a look at some of these stats as well as we go through them.
Yeah, we've got a couple of them here. I believe, yeah, we're seeing most banned first. Not surprising to see Meowth in the most banned. This Pokemon actually is banned today, so we won't be seeing it here in this tournament. So ignoring Meowth, we've got a lot of the common Pokemon that you'd expect to be banned out. Some of the most meta picks right now, we're seeing them in UCS, we're seeing them in all of Grassroots. I don't imagine that this will change too much.
No, absolutely not. Blastoise is a real big one right now. This Pokemon is so powerful, especially in that defender spot. Just such a frontline beast to really stop anything from going through. Plus, all 3 Megas in those top band spots is not a surprise at all. Psyduck and Blissey, you know, those 2 Pokemon are staying in that band spot because they just cause such a nuisance alongside Vaporeon. But Darkrai with those buffs has now entered it with that ban phase. I wonder if it's going to stay in there for the rest of the tournament or if some other Pokemon are going to come to the forefront, because, you know, when a Pokemon is banned, it gives way for another Pokemon to come through and hopefully shine, right?
Yeah, and we're going to take a look now at our top 10 most played Pokemon as well, because the most banned Pokemon means that these are probably up there for most picked, and when you ban something, it means something else is available to be picked. And look at this, Umbreon, 50% pick rate, yet 100% win rate in the 4 matches that we've seen it. Everything else we have, you know, kind of expected. Interestingly, though, Machamp, Tinkaton, a couple Pokemon we don't often see a ton of. But keep in mind, this is only the 4th week, so we've still got a lot to shape up in terms of our EUL meta.
Yeah, look, just looking at, you know, we've been talking about it, right? It seems like a very defender all-rounder meta currently right now that we're in. Attackers not really getting too much of a place, but 3 attackers are currently in those top spots with Miraidon, Mewtwo, and Mew. Pokemon that are so hard to really, I don't know, to take down or get like a handle on, because you have to jump onto them. But then when we're looking at those top pick Pokemon like Umbreon, like Vaporeon, and even your Blastoise is getting through as well, it creates such a wall in front of these attackers that they're so hard to get onto, and the damage output that they're able to go on, that they're able to output, is just insane if you're unable to really stop them and put any pressure on them.
Yeah, and interesting that you bring up these attackers, because we're also going to get a little bit more specific and look at, I believe, most played Pokemon by specific role that they're in. I feel like we see a lot of all-rounders, but we've also seen some attackers, and just like you said, Rhydon, Mew, and Mewtwo Y, some of our most played attackers. I feel like a lot of the things for like all-rounders and defenders, supporters, I feel like a lot of it is shaped by what's being banned.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really interesting to me seeing Machamp as the top, one of the top all-rounder picks being played. You know, submission, I believe, is the move of choice right now for Machamp into that barrage blow. Just able to devastate opponents if they're able to get a good hit on a lot of the enemy team. Tinkerton getting those bans coming through. I love seeing a Pokemon that we're not seeing quite often come through. And in that all-rounder column, we are seeing Tinkerton, which I absolutely love seeing. I love seeing a Decidueye come through on the attacker role as well. Greeted, always a bit of fun. You know, you gotta make sure that you focus and don't follow the squirrel, because if you follow the squirrel, you're gonna get distracted as well, and just let the team do what they want. But these are very interesting teams for the top 5 played Pokemon by role across the board. And Galarian Rapidash as well has getting a go in because of those recent buffs. It's become such a nuisance to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. These are really interesting stats, but also keep in mind the sample size that we have is not very big. Though I do feel like a lot of these Pokemon we're going to see pretty consistently, especially in those attacker and defender picks. But I feel like a lot can change over the next couple weeks. And we do have one more stat to show you, which is one of my favorite stats. We're going to take a look at some of the Reggies and the Reggies taken and percent of Reggies done. This is pretty interesting over these past couple of weeks. We've got mostly Regieleki, kind of makes sense because this is the only Reggie that spawns in its path. But interestingly enough, across the other 3 Reggies, Registeel it seems like that one is being taken the most generally across the other couple of picks. But it does depend on what exactly spawns.
No, absolutely. And it's interesting to see the spawn rate between week 2 and week 3. Week 3 seems to be, you know, a lot more, I want to say widespread out, like a lot more compared from week 2 to week 3. We're seeing a drastic amount of Regirox spawning as well. So that's a really interesting take to see how many of these are being taken as well as their percentages. I think a lot of these Regis do have, just depending on your comp, whether you're running a more bulky comp sitting in front of an attacker or whether you're running an all-rounder heavy comp that's focusing on dive, your Regis are going to be very, very important. But let's go into the most important objective of the map. The objective that spawns at 2 minutes is the Groudon, Kyogre, and Rayquaza maps for week 2 and 3. Week 2, Kyogre and Groudon were only played. And in week 3, Rayquaza saw a little bit of action as well.
Yeah, this is really interesting to me in this week 3 data, seeing Rayquaza show up, because this is kind of the one that you wouldn't expect to see a ton of, right? Like, it's very rip heavy, so I wonder if teams are kind of developing rip and flip compositions that are just easier for to benefit from using that Rayquaza map. So, I mean, from week 2 to week 3, so much changed in terms of which map was being selected. So I imagine that we will see some differences today, too. It just kind of keeps it interesting and keeps the game... Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was getting... Yeah, okay. Never mind about everything I just said. Rayquaza was the default map in week 3. So it seems like when it's the default map, they have to play it. That makes sense.
Well, that comes is something super interesting that I want to talk about. The choosing between these main objective maps. Right now, it seems like Rayquaza not getting any love, I think, over any kind of tournament right now. It just seems to be the least popular objective, and I can kind of see why, because there were a lot of calls when Rayquaza was the only buff that after 2 minutes the game really doesn't matter with the strength of the shields, the score shield that you have on. But now with Kyogre and Groudon giving you different kind of buffs, and the scoring can be interrupted, it seems like those two are held high in much higher regard than Rayquaza is right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's some strategies that you can work into any map. All things considered, Groudon and Kyogre, I feel like they're more interchangeable, but Rayquaza invites a couple of different strategies here. But let's talk about our first match of the day. And I did just get told that Meowth is in fact open for today. We were told earlier that it was banned out for the day, but Meowth is going to be allowed. So we'll probably be seeing a lot of that banned. But Lobo, why don't we talk about these teams?
Yeah, absolutely. Rework Esport Gear currently sitting in our top place as well. We got Ryotari, we got Skull, TT Bone, Ickless, we've got Beach, and we've got Quazinx as well. Top 5 EUL, top 4 UEC, 1 EUC, and 1 GA2054. So a lot of nice accolades coming around from every player on this team. We can see why they're sitting in that top spot nice and pretty. And they want to keep it that way this time, Husky. They want to make it a good 4-0 heading on into this week.
And let's now talk about our other squad that we're going to see in game number 1. We've got Los Duros sitting in 3rd place right now, and they're going to want to change that. We've got Luisin, we've got Oscatar, Danny, Albernoa, and No Way Jay. A squad that we've seen quite a lot throughout the grassroots scene in the EU region. A lot of really good players with some really interesting accolades. A lot of top 8 UCSs, as well as some top 20 in the World Championship Series. A lot of interesting stuff here for our first setup.
No, they're such a fun team to watch, Los Duros, and I'm so keen to see how they're going to go up against Rework Esport Gear, who are going to be on your purple side. Los Duros going to take that orange side, and we got the bans coming through. No surprises at all that we're seeing 2 Megas be selected straight off the gate, with Umbreon, Mega Charizard, and Mega Lucario, but Rapidash also being selected as well. Final bans to come off from these 2 teams here, Husky.
So we are seeing as well in the middle, this first map is Kyogre. I believe this is what is automatically set for the matches today, but you can't really see, like, it doesn't tell you what the map is in like the spectate client, which is kind of annoying. But if you look at it, you can see like the lake in the middle. That means it's Kyogre. Bans finalized coming through. Interestingly enough, we've got this Galarian Rapidash ban. I feel like that's really the only one that's surprising to me, because yeah, that leaves that Blastoise open for that first pick slot.
I mean, and if Blastoise is open in that first pick slot, why wouldn't you pick it? It's probably one of the premier first pick spots because just the disruption that this Pokemon has to build, and also the rework to all the experience going on the map as well with the reworks to EXP share. Getting that Blastoise online is much less of a task than it used to be, but Oscar is also going to answer with a Mega Gyarados. Now, I found a lot that Mega Gyarados was counted heavily by Umbreon and Meanlook, and so the fact that it's been banned off, that Mega Gyarados should have a very fun lane. It's just got to climb that waterfall and get to that Gyarados form first before anything else here, Husky.
Yeah, and I believe, the most common way to path these Pokemon is you send that up into the top path. You also send Blastoise up into the top path, and it does even early have a good amount of CC, so it could be a little bit difficult for that Magikarp to get online, but once it does, it's going to be a force to be reckoned with. We also see on the other side the Psyduck Darkrai coming through, Crustle also being picked up here, as well as that Mew. I feel like these are a lot of the picks that we saw in our stats earlier. Not too much has changed, and we've got this Miraidon as well. Considering a Decidueye as well, that's definitely an interesting pick into something like a Darkrai.
That is very interesting here because I'm also thinking that's double range attacker coming up from the side of Los Duros, but also a Blissey, which means we could see Safeguard plus Helping Hand, which could mean, I'm only speculating here, Husky, but we could see a Razor Leaf Decidueye, which would allow to really burst down that Crustle and Blastoise front line. I don't know how useful it's going to be. I'm just doing a little bit of my fantasy drafting here right now, but that could be a way to go. But Danny on that Miraidon is quite strong. That enhanced charge beam, you can't sit in it for too long. It has the ability to secure. It has the ability to put damage on those big, heavy frontliners, but the ability to get onto Ickless right now, which is going to be what Mega Gyarados is going to have to do, Oscar, to stop them from putting on those big Solar Beam damages and those secures with Electro Ball. But they've got a front line that they have got to overcome, and that is a tough front line for anyone to overcome, really.
Yeah, no, it is. I feel like a lot of the meta right now is really shaped around this frontline situation, like what the front lines are looking like across the teams. We were told that Meowth was allowed, but we didn't see it picked or banned, so maybe I'm gonna have to get I feel like you would definitely be picking or banning that Pokemon, so maybe they didn't know that it was allowed or were wrong and it is in fact banned. But either way, some compositions that we're definitely expecting to see across the day. I really am interested as well in this double attacker composition. I feel like if you're going to run double attacker into any speedster, Darkrai probably makes sense because it's only single target, but we will see. Here we go. Game number 1.
Yeah, look, I'm really interested to see who's going to take these central lanes. I don't think there's going to be any other choice for Rework Esport gear apart from that Darkrai coming out. At level 5 is going to be super important for this Nightmarish Pokemon, but Decidueye taking the central lane for Los Duros also kind of a no-brainer as well. Decidueye really struggles in those basic stages and those pre-evolution stages before it gets access to any of its moves, but the pressure being put on Ickless straight away as Eevee is going to have to back out here, but Mew and Cross are also dangerously low in the face of a Miraidon here, Husky.
Yeah, and another thing that I wanted to point out here. Ooh, great pick there by the Mew, taking out that Eevee with the Electro Ball. I wanted to point out that on Rework Esport gear, there's 4 special attacking focused Pokemon, and on Los Duros, I believe we saw 2 Assault Vests. I think there was one on the Magikarp and one on the Vaporeon as well. So really trying to build into that tankiness type of composition, especially in that front line.
Absolutely. Now we've got central laners coming down to the bottom lane of all things. No Crostle online just yet, but with that piece of farm, it could get it. Vaporeon is going to use that Muddy Water, try and stun up the Darkrai. Going in with that Shadow Claw. Eject has to be popped because Crossle's Rock Tomb was right on point there. But now Vaporeon is way in that front line, gets put to sleep, but Miraidon picks up a beautiful KO. KO for KO going through right now, but only one central laner was taken out, and that was on the side of Esport Gear.
Yeah, I feel like Los Duros is definitely happy with how that went. If you lose your Vaporeon there, but you get the central area Pokemon, that's definitely a win for your squad. Oscar already online here before 8 minutes, and with that waterfall, they're going to be able to go steal a berry. Likely going to go down here. They will, but seeing them online already at that Gyarados, before 8 minutes is definitely really beneficial for Los Duros.
No, absolutely. Getting that effort meter as well. The solar beam's going to come through, really burst down that Vaporeon. But we got our first objective on the board, which is the Regidrago. We've also got a Decidueye online as well. We haven't seen what move they're playing yet, but the enhanced charge beam is online for Miraidon. Darkrai is going to go into those hidey holes to try and pop out and cause some problems for the side of Los Duros. Only 8 points scored right now so far, Husky. Really low scoring early game as these teams are just figuring each other out. It is, after all, the first game of the broadcast.
Yeah, I mean, thinking about the gold defense Pokemon that are on either side, it is pretty difficult with all the CC to actually walk in and try to score, even if you are stacking. And looking at these draft items again, nobody on Rework Esport Gear has a stacking item on, and I don't think anybody does. Oh no, just the Decidueye does here for Los Duros on the other side, so not a stacking heavy game for either side, so I don't really think either of them are necessarily trying to go in for these points, especially because of that.
Yeah, look, we're seeing the objectives spawn. We do have a Regieleki down at bottom. First off, Darkrai and Psyduck have made their way down. Enhanced Charge Beam, plus the leaves of a Decidueye going to shred it, but Crossel right in the face of Decidueye is going to make sure that they take that Regieleki for the side of Esports Gears. Nicely done there by the Crossel to get in the face of the Decidueye Husky.
Yeah, Crustle had a great eject button play into the Decidueye, make sure they couldn't get that Spirit Shackle out, which we were thinking it could potentially be Razor Leaf, but it is indeed that Spirit Shackle. Very traditional double mage backline composition here, and in that top path, Registeel is secured by Los Duros, so objective for objective so far. But right now, Los Duros still rocking a big 0 points on the board.
Yeah, Donut Store open for the side of Los Duros. Blasto is very close. Ryu is very close to that Hydro Typhoon Unite move as well. Gyarados still a little bit far away from being able to climb that waterfall and go Mega. So they need to get some presence on the board here, do Los Duros. But again, such a bulky composition coming out from the side of Esports Gear. Let's see how Los Duros can break it down.
Yeah, I mean, Gyarados is interesting because there's kind of 2 steps to it. You have to get past Magikarp, but then it's not over after that. You also have to spend a lot of time gathering experience. So if you're behind that Blastoise, you really have to make sure you're focusing on building up those levels. And that Blastoise already's got that Surf online, trying to make sure that Gyarados doesn't get there. But look at that. They have that level 9 available. We could see a fight here, and there it is. Here comes the Mega Evolution.
Mega Evolution into the knock. Hydro Typhoon is also going to knock Gyarados up, but look, they're trying to go for the Crossel Ore. But Gyarados is not making use of that Mega just yet, just walking around into that front line, trying to pick a target here. Darkrai goes into the hidey holes of Safeguard, into the Bright Future Meteor Storm as well to rain down those meteors on to the side of Esports Gear. Gyarados is in, trying to attack the Crossel to get rid of some of this bulky front line so that the rest of Los Duros can actually do something. The Spirit Shackles are raining in alongside the enhanced charge beam, but right now we've come back to a stalemate because it's just too hard to break through this Gears frontline, Husky.
It's a really scrappy fight right now. It doesn't really seem like anybody knows exactly where they want to go. No way, getting caught here a little bit in between 3. Now 4 members chasing this Vaporeon while the rest of Los Duros is going to try to back up. Vaporeon, though, very tanky in their own right, able to dash over the wall. Darkrai going to try to catch them now. Finally, this Pokemon will go down, but great job from the Vaporeon to draw like 4 members of Esport Gear towards them to avoid the rest of their team getting KO'd.
Yeah, absolutely. I thought that was going to be a bit of Houdini magic that we were going to see come out from Vaporeon as well, but Darkrai, just the ability to chase down. Now, this Blastoise, dangerously low health. Is Los Duros going to try and get some points into the top half because they are 124-0. Still a big donut on the board. The helping hand coming through as well to really help those boosters of the basics come through. Is it going to secure? They are going to get a Reg Ice for their troubles, but Gia have taken a Regieleki in the bottom path, and now Gyarados is online. They're going to try and push this pad.
Yeah, once again, we've got objective for objective. Was the Spirit Shackle that secured it? It did end up being that Gyarados. Now into the Flux Zone while the rest of the squad is going to finally put some points in. Only 15 points for the Vaporeon. Look at that, 2 members of Los Duros in the enemy Flux Zone trying to get away. I mean, it is difficult to take down this Mega Gyarados, but they're now un-Mega. Darkrai trying to chase them down. They're not going to be able to get them for now. They will have to use the Unite move. I believe this is on top of the Vaporeon, sending them into the worst nightmare, and Oscatar will escape.
I mean, Oscar was circling that citrus berry, but didn't want to use it. I don't know why. Maybe try and leave it for someone else, but finally gets taken down in the bottom lane with a combination effort of Crossall, Psyduck, and a Mew. Vaporeon is still nice and healthy here. Gonna have to pop that X speed and a little bit of that flip turn. But finally, Los Duros have got some points on the board with 15, I believe, going into that top pad. So some points on the board, not a complete shutout, but we are in that final stretch right now with 50 seconds left to go till our main objective spawns on the map. Take a look at these levels. They're not too bad across the board. Actually, Los Duros got 2 level 12s on the board as well. Esports Gear not too far away from those 2 level 12s either, but Darkrai, the highest level on their team.
Yeah, I really am surprised that Los Duros didn't send everybody towards that tier 1 goal zone when the Gyarados was in the enemy flux zone just to score some points, because Decidueye is rocking an attack weight, and they don't have a single stack on it right now. I believe they did go back to base after that fight, but that could have been a decent opportunity to push and at least get some points in if you were going to let the Gyarados go down there. But still, no points besides those 15 that the Vaporeon scored. 2 members of Rework Esport Gear watching this goal zone like a couple of hawks in a tree, even though they're definitely not birds, but maybe Darkrai's a bird. We should talk about this more. Maybe Darkrai is a bird. But here comes Kyogre, hits the map. Neither team getting ready to go for it just yet.
I could definitely see its arms being used as probably wings, but Blastoise is going to get an 80 and break that top pad, going in, giving Esport Gear an even bigger lead going through. It's all on Los Duros to try and pull this, but a beautiful pull by Psyduck is going to bring Gyarados into danger. Nice safeguard coming through from Blissey. Solar Beam is going to try and find its work, but now Vaporeon's going to be put to sleep and hit with those Dark Pulses as well. Blastoise is going to surf everybody back to Solar Beams. They're just getting pushed and pulled every which way. Los Duros. Bliss Assist is going to have to come out alongside the Bright Future Meteor Sword. Dragon Current could possibly take out the Psyduck, but the Infinite Psy, and there is the first KO of this fight. Darkrai manages to pick up a KO on the Vaporeon, and Blastoise is also going to pick up a KO on the Miraidon, surfing them way back to their tier 1. Los Duros have got 2 members down, and Esport Gear have got a lot of members down. This fight looks to be going their way, Husky.
It was a really weird fight to engage on. I think maybe Gyarados Unite move should have come out a little bit earlier, but from what I could see, they were trying to wait for the Blastoise Unite move to avoid it by going underground there, but just didn't really work out too much for them. I mean, they did pick up 1 Pokemon, they grabbed the Psyduck, but out of everybody you need to take out there, it's definitely not that frontline supporter. You need to try to go for that Blastoise or that Darkrai or even that Mew in the back line, and it just didn't end up working out. But Los Duros now has respawned, and Rework Esports has not taken this Kyogre down just yet, but they will be trying to win more fights here. Miraidon will go back down. Decidueye caught in that Shadow Claw, and the Rework Esports looking to take this game number 1.
I mean, they've taken this game number 1 with some emphaticness. I mean, there was a lot of push and pull and disruption coming out from their team. We saw Mega Gyarados get pulled by the Psyduck, but saved by the safeguard. Then they got surfed back in by the Blastoise, and then beamed down by the Mew from at the bottom of the pit. It was just a really good, I want to say, overall job done by Rework Esport Gear just to confuse and disrupt Los Duros. That double attacker comp, I don't think they just, in the face of the bulkiness of Esport Gear, was just too squishy.
I mean, based on the points, right, you would think that Los Duros got absolutely crushed, but that really wasn't the case. They did a great job. They were winning some fights. They were getting some picks. They just weren't scoring any points. And I do feel like there were a couple of key macro mistakes made, like that 1 push when the Gyarados was Mega Evolved in the Flux Zone. I feel like they really could have capitalized on that better. That end game, they just didn't really have much of a plan. It seemed like they wanted to go in off the back of this Gyarados, but either nobody was ready for it, or they were trying to bait out specific Unite moves that didn't happen. It seemed like if they clean that up a little bit, then they can definitely take advantage of that game and bring us to a game number 3. So let's take a look at some of these replays.
Look, there was that beautiful Crossall eject play that we talked about to really put a damper on this Decidueye. We saw a lot of pressure coming through. The Rock Tombs were really on point in this game. The flip turns, as well as a lot of the damage just being laid down by Mew. Mew completely, I want to say, almost unabated, really. Just no one could
Yeah.
really go onto it. And then the chase down here from the Darkrai was fantastic. Vaporeon is definitely a Pokemon you don't want to stick around for a long time. The Secure, the Regice here as well. And Blastoise also getting away on absolutely nothing, but being taken down by the Spirit Shackle. The Infinite Sai, such a good classic Unite move, just doing that damage reduction, Husky.
Yeah, let's take a look at this endgame fight here. So this is kind of where we saw the Gyarados got the Blissey Unite move, but then it was CC'd so intently. You could see the rest of the squad of Los Duros trying to follow what the Gyarados is looking to do, but Rework Esport Gear just separated them. They forced Blastoise outside, and then nobody really knew who to focus on or where to go in that moment. And then you had Decidueye getting caught out there in the backside. I mean, as soon as you go into Knock Knock, you're basically a sitting duck. Well, I guess it's not a duck. You're sitting whatever type of bird Decidueye actually is. But Darkrai and that Mew could just capitalize on Decidueye simply standing there. And just didn't end up working out for them. Game number 1. I do think that Los Duros can definitely win some solid fights if they figure out a little bit more exactly how they're going to approach it.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. A lot of, I think, good fight management coming out from the side of Esport Gear. Like you mentioned, Los Duros had a way in, and then they just confused them, in all honesty. I think the pick were the Blastoise and the Psyduck to get rid of that bulky front line, but the Blastoise, just the survivability is crazy. But Los Duros don't want to deal with that Darkrai anymore. So Umbreon, Mega Charizard Y, Mimikyu, Mega Lucario, Galarian Rapidash, and Darkrai all banned off. But I think are they going to go for that first big Blastoise again?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely could here. It would be a good choice, and they will lock that in. The only difference in bans here is in game number 1, Mewtwo Y was banned out. So we'll see if any team ends up wanting to pick up that Pokemon, and maybe we do see it, maybe we don't. It's really solid, definitely probably the best attacker in the game right now, but looks like Los Duros is going to want to take away that Psyduck that was so devastating previously, and that Vaporeon did look really good, so they're taking that one back as well.
I mean, the double legendaries with Mew and Ickless were hovered over, but do they want to take the Miraidon away from Danny? That Miraidon was doing damage with the Bright Future Meteor Storm and the enhanced Charge Beam, but no, they're going to go with another CC heavy Pokemon. I think I mentioned this many times. You could take all the damage that Suicune does away, and it would still be one of the most picked Pokemon with the amount of CC that this Pokemon is able to put out on the field. But Los Duros, they're going to stick with that Mega Gyarados, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, Suicune did fall off a little bit after a couple of nerfs, but it's definitely still insanely good. It has so many CC moves. You can run it as a frontliner, you can run it as a support or a defender. It's just kind of everything. And if you have a player on your team that plays a good Suicune, you can really stop the advancement of things like Mega Gyarados, or slow down the Psyducks and the Vaporeons of the world to set up your squad. I do like this Miraidon here, and if we do have a Leafeon, I really like that too, as opposed to the Darkrai that we saw previously. But interestingly, we've got this Empoleon coming out, a pick that we don't commonly see.
No, I agree with you 100%. I haven't seen too much of Empoleon. I'm curious to see what moves it will go with, but we can see Metal Claw, Hydro Cannon come through as well. Empoleon has a great ability to sustain itself, but it's also running that Incense item as well, alongside those stacking glasses. So we could be looking for an early stacks coming through from Ryu, but just as I say that, they're going to take that off and put the choice specs back on, along with the full heal. Now, the interesting thing is, Danny going for the Inteleon over for their ranged attacker, and we saw Skull hovering over 2 different type of speedsters to go through. So Inteleon's going to be hunted down by Skull on that Leafeon. It's going to be up to Noe and Albanoa to really keep Danny safe, because snipe shots, when they hit and they hurt. And Louisin, with that Talonflame, take to the sky, really dive onto anything that Danny's going to be able to get any snipe shots onto.
Yeah, I like this pick of going for a speedster here, and then in that last pick slot, Los Duros taking the Talonflame, kind of to counter what the Leafeon is going to do. It's basically just going to be the 2 speedsters walking past each other to go for those backline attackers, and you can one-shot them pretty easily with the speedsters' moves and their Unite move. You get an Emerald 2-step onto that Inteleon, it's pretty much just eviscerated. And same with a good Fly or a good Brave Bird into Unite move, absolutely devastating the Miraidon. So it's going to kind of be like this Empoleon versus this Mega Gyarados in the front line, trying to brawl it out while the speedsters are on the opposite sides of the map.
I'm really interested to see, but we've got a pause going on through. I think perhaps somebody has crashed. We'll just get word from our production as well. So I still haven't got anything just yet, but perhaps someone has crashed. We've got a connection error coming through, but we will get word. Some Sableye playing a few games in our systems here, Husky. But want to come across with the possible move choice with Louisiana on that Talonflame, as opposed to Brave Bird versus Fly. Now, Brave Bird really acts like a nuke all kind of option, right? Especially if you want to attack that Miraidon in the back, as well as a possibly squishy Leafeon. However, Fly seems to be a more tactical choice of move because it allows so much escape for Talonflame to go in, do some damage. Of course, when you hit Fly, that cooldown gets reset as well. And then you can combo that with that Flame Sweep as well. So I'm very interested to see what kind of move we might get out of Louisa on that Talonflame. What are your thoughts on that between those two moves?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big Talonflame player. I feel like when I try to predict what Talonflame will do, it does the opposite. I always feel like Fly is the safer option, but I feel like Brave Bird is way better if you're ahead. I don't know if players usually like switch up their items depending on move, but I feel like if you're very far ahead with that Talonflame early, Brave Bird could be the call, because even though you're jumping into some CC and you're jumping into some bulk, if you're far enough ahead, you're still going to blow it up anyway. Whereas Fly, going up against a Charge Beam, potentially an Emerald 2-step coming at you, you've got the Surf or the Whirlpool from the Suicune that's going to be difficult to deal with. Fly just kind of gives you more options, but I think that a good Talonflame player can really go either way.
No, I agree with you 100%. And Empoleon is another interesting pick that we've seen, not one that I've seen too much of, especially coming into competitive play or into just these grassroots style tournaments. We've got the options between Hydro Cannon and Whirlpool, both being able to heal up the Empoleon as well. And then we've got the Aqua Jet versus the Metal Claw. Metal Claw, a little bit more of a target on, jump to your opponent and then do some damage, whereas Aqua Jet actually more sustained dash coming through. So I'm kind of curious to see what move we're going to get, and as well as that Sovereign Slide Unite move, between that big Whirlpool around that's going to be able to sustain that Empoleon. No traditional healer on the side of Rework Esport gear.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. No traditional healer coming out. You're not going to, on either side, really, you're not going to be getting a lot of healing. So having the self-sustain from your top path Pokemon is definitely a really powerful choice. But that does mean that we've got a tanky frontline for Rework Esport. They've still got the Blastoise, so that's playing as more of your traditional defender this time. Whereas the Piplup heading up into that top path to try to deal with this little Magikarp, who is going to be attacked by this Leafeon. Luckily getting out, but that's a tough one to deal with.
A very smart eject. Obviously, Leafeon's only going to take one central area buff to get to that level, that it needs to be to evolve and then start putting pressure onto this lane. You can take all the farm away, but Oscar Tao doing a brilliant job. That effort meter was almost 3/4 of the way gone. But it also leaves that blue buff for the bottom lane to try and secure. I don't know who got it between the Squirtle and the Miraidon, but either one is going to be very impressive. Now we've got central laners going to either lane for these middle birds.
Yeah, I mean, going up against a Leafeon, right? Like, it gets online so early, it's tough with a Magikarp to make sure that you're getting it to that Gyarados before that 8-minute mark. Kind of seems to be like the break point for it. But in the bottom path, Talonflame winning so far. Leafeon, instead of going back to central area, they're going to pull up to the bottom path as well, grabbing that Miraidon an early KO.
I mean, look, if you want to take down a Vaporeon, you're going to have to double or triple team it. Leafeon in danger here of going into that acrobatics because Talonflame wants it, but protected by that Miraidon beautifully by Esport Gear going through. And Leafeon's just going to pick up a Citrus Berry, head onto that central lane, get back its boss. 17-33, Los Duros got a little bit more of an advantage, but Gyarados has been seen, but also going to take a quick trip back to Nurse Joy as we have now got Regidrago spawn, and it was Rework Gear that went for this Drago last time without Los Duros showing much interest. It seems like it's going to be the exact same as game number 1.
Here comes the Leafeon, looking to rip it down. Here comes Vaporeon. The big muddy water will steal that away from Rework Esport Gear. That's a great call for them. And we do have the Vaporeon going with the Aqua Ring, so a little bit of healing for the side of Los Duros that Rework Esport Gear doesn't have. So Have to see what they end up doing here. Leafeon a little bit behind. This Talonflame already level 8, whereas this Leafeon only level 6. They're going to want to pick up some KOs or spend some time grabbing some experience.
It looks like, just getting those stacks in, coming back through, take to the sky. Smart play by the Talonflame right now. As long as you deny that Leafeon any access to its Emerald 2-step, it doesn't have the ability to go in and really decimate the side of Los Duros. But Gyarados has to be very wary of the Whirlpool. It's opposite side water type. But there's Talonflame going in for the steel type. Gets a KO on Empoleon. And a lot better early game coming out from the side of Los Duros this time around, as we've got our objective spawning. Whereas each team going to go as snipe shots are hitting from downtown.
Yeah, Talonflame now a full level ahead of this Leafeon, but even at level 8, a Leafeon is basically fully evolved up. It's got all of its moves, and it's got a Unite move. It's going to come in here looking for an opportunity to take this, and the fly will land, but it's not going to take it. It's going to be the Miraidon with a big secure with the Charge Beam, and now Talonflame and Inteleon go down.
I mean, I think the Emerald 2-step just missed, but the Surf, once again, reminiscent of the first objective in game number 1 with that Crossel, that Surf really stopped Danny from really charging up that snipe shot to do any kind of damage. Psyduck and Gyarados in here. Psyduck's going to pop that Unite move for the damage reduction, but deep into the Flock Zone is Oscar. No access to that Mega just yet, but Vaporeon is going to come up and help to see if they can pull that Regieleki into that pad. It is so close here, Husky.
Wow, just almost there, and now Los Duros, the Empoleon hanging on by a thread that entire time. The Blastoise is able to make it for the backup. Nobody with a Unite move just yet up here. Now Blastoise will be able to secure that level 9 huge Hydro Typhoon into the into the Whirlpool, and then into the Surf to follow it up. 2 KO streak for the Suicune. What a fantastic play here from Rework Esports Gear.
I mean, that was devastating, obviously. And there's the Sovereign Slide is going to go in to put even more pressure onto Danny. They're going to have to pop that eject, but Talonflame and the rest of Los Duros are here to punish that oversight because they are here to try and assist. 127 and 91. The fights are going on all over. Suicune trying to protect themselves with the Whirlpool, but Fly managed to pick up another KO. We have the Mega Gyarados almost allowed to be on hand. The Dragon Current is here. Are they going to go Mega? Because that Emerald 2-step is going to come out, gets hidden by the Dragon Current, and there is that Mega Gyarados.
Yeah, what a weird play there by that Empoleon. Rework Esports Gear won that fight so handedly. There's absolutely no reason to jump into the enemy Flux Zone, especially when you see a Talonflame there ready to come back, and the Empoleon just isn't far enough ahead to be able to pull that off, but great job from the team to respond to it. Leafeon gets jumped on by a fly, but the shield from Razor Leaf saves it, and Talonflame will be the one to drop down.
Beautiful play there by Skull on the Leafeon, and now Rework Esports Gear are just going to try and take this Regieleki off the board, put some more pressure on to this tier 1, because if that walks in, they could take a hefty lead going forward. Psyduck's going to try and score 10 here. That base still hasn't been touched at the moment as well, and now it's going to go in. 47, and I mean, that tier 1's still going to stay up. They're going to look down bottom. Snipe Shot searching for this Leafeon because it's on an 8-pin, a dream! Oh. And Danny pulls off a beautiful snipe with the assistance of the Gyarados, just zoning out this Blastoise.
Just plucks that Leafeon right out of the Thea Sky Ruins, trying to go in for another snipe shot. That will go wide here. Eject button into that Charge Beam. Will get Gyarados very low. Blastoise will finish it up. Huge Hydro Typhoon hits 3. Inteleon will have to back up. They are very low. Vaporeon try to heal up the rest of the squad while everybody else figures out where they want to prioritize their positioning here in this mid game.
100 points almost between these two teams. 94 points exactly. That's easy math that I gotta be able to do. Dragon Current's gonna come through on to this attack in the speed, so Mega Gyarados is gonna go online. Talonflame's gonna be there to assist. Miraidon is still alive with an HP and a dream. Blastoise is protecting everybody with a beautiful Surf and the assistance of the Emerald 2-step. I don't know how Rework Esports Gear got out of that one, Husky.
Wow, Blastoise can really do it all. We saw it playing an all-rounder in the last game. We're seeing it defend to the max here in this game number 2. What a ridiculous, stupid Pokemon. I don't know why it's allowed to do what it does, but that's insane. There were 2 Pokemon jumping on top of that Miraidon, and they were able to make it out off the back of this Blastoise, and an insane Emerald 2-step by the Leafeon. This game just seems to be a clinic being put on from Rework Esports Gear. Los Duros not too far behind as we get into our last 3 minutes of the game. They've got 100 points on the board, but it definitely seems like Esports Gear is in control of this match.
Nah, they really need to do something about this Blastoise. Either jump on it, but again, if you show too much attention to Blastoise, they're looking for the Gyarados right now. The Aqua Ring is going to try and heal up, keep Oscar in it. Danny has been jumped on by Empoleon as well, and that's a KO coming through. It's okay. Reset the KO timers heading on into that final fight. It is Groudon this time around. The pull from Psyduck is going to be absolutely not effective on the Blastoise. Just going to surf their way out here, but the levels, 3 level 13s, for the side of Rework Esport Gear versus no level 13s for Los Duros with 4 seconds to go until Groudon spawns. A little bit of patience, a little bit of farming that needs to be done, but it looks like Empoleon's going to go for a cap of 50 to put the pressure even more solely on Los Duros' heads.
They definitely could. They know where everybody on Los Duros is, and they're considering here, but 2 members of Los Duros peeling up into that top path to try to catch where that Empoleon is at. Nobody ready to make a move just yet. The lead is not very high. And Empoleon caught a little bit. They do have to use a Unite move. They will go down to the Flame Sweep. Nobody from Rework Esports was really able to help there. Snipe shot from Danny hits on top of that Suicune, and here comes the Mega Gyarados. They do eject button over the wall, looking into the enemy central area. There is the infinite ice spikes from the Suicune, at least to slow them down for the time being. Oscar does get caught on a wall, but this is a very messy fight right now, Lobo.
Another messy fight coming out as the Hydro Typhoon's going to come through. Talonflame does avoid it. Sai is going to come out to give that damage reduction. Inteleon gets taken down. Absolutely nobody to protect it because the rest of Los Duros was deep into the enemy team's central lane. Gyarados is going to try and get away on absolutely no health. Psyduck Vaporeon trying to help too, but the fight has just gone everywhere. Talonflame still alive. 200 points to 194. Still 100 into this. 50 seconds left on the clock as Psyduck takes a quick trip back to Nurse Joy, but Rework Esport Gear still very much in this right now as we do have Oscar back in that central lane.
Yeah, they started to take the Groudon a little bit, just chipping at it to bait Rework Esport Gear into the central area. There is a goal zone up at the top path, and it does look like Rework Esport Gear wants to score on it. Empoleon now very low. They will get taken out. Oscar has no other choice but to try to go for this objective. They've got the better secure. They've got a fly and a snipe shot. The question is, do they have enough time? Beach trying to stall it out right here. Charge Beam will come out. Looking for that Gyarados. They will find them. I don't know if enough members of Los Duros are up with enough points in their pockets to do anything with this Groudon. It doesn't matter, Lobo. It doesn't matter. The Miraidon ends up taking it with a huge Charge Beam.
I mean, the smart play there was that they just stopped hitting the Groudon. We saw that Danny had that snipe shot powered up and targeted on it to the Groudon, but nobody was hitting it. Nobody was hitting it. Miraidon put that Charge Beam onto the Inteleon and it was finished off by the Leafeon. And again, just a very, very all over the place Groudon fight coming out from both of these teams. I could see the vision of what was going on. Oscar really wanted to get onto Ickless and onto Beach into the enemy team central area. Unfortunately, getting caught on a wall is not what you want from Mega Gyarados at that point, but Ickless still able to get away. And then with nobody protecting Danny, that's just Skull comes in, Emerald two-step into a Razor Leaf, and that Inteleon is gone skis.
Yeah, I mean, great playing from the Inteleon. They did hit a lot of good snipe shots there, but just the tankiness from Rework Esport Gear, the mobility that they had on their side. I really did like this Empoleon. You can see the self-sustain here. 15,000 healing on top of themselves from being able to sustain so much of that damage. And unfortunately for Los Duros, they just could not get far enough ahead with that Talonflame and the Inteleon combo to really make much happen in that endgame fight. Couple of scrappy fights there throughout the entirety of the game too. Not really a clean fight anywhere on the map, but it does end up being Rework Esport Gear that takes this. That's going to put them at 4-0 on the season.
I mean, that's exactly what they wanted to do this season as well. Keep it up. Keep that undefeated streak going. Really nice steal there from, I believe it was No Way on that Vaporeon. Once again, Emerald two-step dodged by the Talonflame whilst it went into Flame Sweep. Still got taken out, but then it ban this Blastoise, Husky, honestly.
Yeah,
ban
it's
this
so
Blastoise. It's so, it's got, I don't know, its ability to go from Surf into Hydro Pump, then into a booster that can stun you again. And look at this.
Yeah,
Surf into a beautiful play, but just should not be allowed, in all honesty. It's so hard to really just nail down this Blastoise. It's got such an ability to survive. I don't think we saw Fogo get taken out once in any of these games on that Blastoise.
Yeah, just absolutely ridiculous. I think they did go actually down here eventually in that back line. Or no, it didn't even do that. That's just, it's ridiculous. I feel like maybe it needs like one more second on its surf. Like the way that you can nerf it is just like add a second to that move cooldown, and that might bring it in line, because I feel like it's always like the uptime is ridiculous on it. This was a great play there from Danny, being able to get that snipe shot, and Blastoise again pulling up with less than 1 HP, hitting a huge Hydro Typhoon, and then just walking away. It's insane.
And this is what I saw before, like everybody diving on. Look at this Miraidon. Absolutely criminal that Ekless is able to get away, and it's all on the back of that combination play coming through from the surf. Because whilst you're in surf, you're hitting multiple targets. You cannot do anything. Absolutely nothing can be done. Empoleon was a great pick here at the start of this Kyogre fight, but then this is where we saw endless Ice Spikes come through. Oscar makes the decision to go after Beach, but they're thwarted by the walls, and then once again the aqua walls of Blastoise and into the Hydro Typhoon turns that table around, because this is kind of ridiculous. Blastoise is fighting a 3v1 in that situation there. It's surrounded by Psyduck, Mega Gyarados, and a Vaporeon, and is still surviving.
Yeah, I think after you take that Empoleon, you need to just go win that fight. I didn't like the choice from the Talonflame to go for a back cap there. It wasn't going to put them in the lead anyway. The score wasn't close enough at that point to really make that decision. I think that they just needed to push their advantage, try to bait some Unite moves out, and just go for that fight. At that point, you're 4v5, and that's the best opportunity you have, especially with how behind you are. But with 10 seconds left, Los Duros, even if they did pick this up, they were so far behind they weren't going to be able to get it anyway. But still, the Miraidon comes out with a secure. Twice this game, Charge Beam gets a secure that it absolutely shouldn't have.
It's crazy. We saw, also, I mentioned it, Danny was locked on to that Groudon for a good 5 to 10 seconds as well before Leafeon decided, hey, look, there's just a free Inteleon that we can go and take out and make sure that we secure this game. But guys, that's going to be our first game, and what a first game. First place holding strong. Los Duros have to go back to the drawing board to find out what works, and I think, honestly, pan that Blastoise out. But we're going to take ourselves a quick break, grab yourselves a drink, grab yourselves a snack, and we will be right back.
Welcome back, gamers. We took our short little break. I hope that you are well hydrated and your bladders are freshly emptied. We are getting into a second game here. We've got Team Int versus Phantom Forces, so we're going to take a look at these rosters. Team Int currently 2-1. Phantom Forces yet to be able to win a game.
Yeah, this is interesting as well. We've also got a little bit of background as well. I believe Team Int are just 1 point behind Los Duros. They've been known to play quite unusual picks as well. So really excited to see this. And based on what we just saw, being 1 point behind Los Duros, they could look to leapfrog Los Duros heading on into this if they can have a good performance against Phantom Forest. But we got Comfy Maestro, we got Zika, we got DJ, we got Dwayne, and we've got Ellen on Team Int. Look, a lot of experience coming out from these guys. Top 8 UCS across the board. Seeing that's always a bit, knowing that you can come top 8 in such a important tournament or event like UCS is going to give you confidence in any competitive situation that you go into, Husky.
And let's take a look at Phantom Forces as well, who have been struggling in team fights, but today could be the day that they pull it back. We've got Ma, Paggy, Average Carry, Kaya, and Kekogami going into Kekogami. That's great. But again, they do have a lot of accolades to their name, and they are a solid group of players. They are not going to want to be going 0-4 here. But if Team Int wins this, after we saw Los Duros being taken down in that previous match, then Team Int is going to go to 3-1 and easily be pulling into our third place slot. So they're definitely going to be looking to deal with that. But let's go into our draft here for game number 1.
Look, I also just been informed Int recently won in EU Weeklies as well. So, they have got some confidence going through. We got the Vaporeon band off. We got the Mega Charizard Y band off, which makes a lot of sense. Mega Charizard Y is currently the stronger of the 2 Mega Charizards going forward. Not really seeing much of Mega Charizard X in any which way come through into these competitions, but the support's being banned off next up with Blissey and Hooper. I have seen Bider's Hooper quite a lot in some of these tournaments. Very useful, going for those invades, going for those really, really important clutch plays with that Hooper, and nobody wants to be dealing with that trickster at the moment, right, Husky?
Yeah, no. And Biter, the sub for Team Int, then she's going to be playing today. So banning out a lot of supports here. I feel like from Biter specifically. But even on Team Int's side, they ban out the Vaporeon and the Blissey. Does mean there's a couple options for that first pick. We could see Blastoise. We could see Umbreon. There's the Umbreon being locked in here for Team Int.
Umbreon here, I'm curious, as opposed to what we saw before, no Blastoise ban, but Kree again is going to pick up that Blastoise once again. And Mega Lucario actually let through, not a Pokemon that was let through in our previous game. So Mars going to pick up that Mega Lucario. Such a strong Pokemon in that top lane, but based across, especially watching a little bit of the UCS over the weekend, with Mega Lucario being banned off a lot, we were seeing regular Lucario and E-Speed come into the forefront, which I would love to see again. But Zika on that Mimikyu, tried and trusted is that Mimikyu for Team Int.
Yeah, they are known for that Mimikyu. Very good player on this Pokemon, and grabbing the second all-rounder of their roster, we're going to see that Mega Gyarados come back. And, interestingly enough, we've got 2 Megas being banned, and that does still leave a good amount of Megas to be picked from either one of these teams. So this time, we're seeing Mega Lucario come out versus this Mega Gyarados. That'll likely be the 2 top path Pokemon. Average Carry gonna lock in this Espeon, a Pokemon that's always fairly consistent, gets online early, but it's not as often seen as some of these other attackers, like this Miraidon that we're seeing Pancakes lock in.
Pancakes, we saw Miraidon do such a good job again in the previous game. I love that artwork coming out from Meggy on that Clefable. These EXP shares still being run on these specific Pokemon like Umbreon, like your Clefable, even like your Comfies, if we ever do get to see a Comfey. No EXP share on Biter for that Eldegoss, because again, just the A-pressing ability of Eldegoss is so strong in that top lane. I have to think it's probably one of the best partners for any top lane Pokemon. And Paggy gonna lock in a day 1 Pokemon in Cinderace, another A-pressing Pokemon, has that ability with that blazing bicycle kick to really do a lot of damage. I wonder what we're gonna see, if we're gonna see Blaze Kick and Feint, or if we're going to see some Pyro Ball action. I'm curious what we're going to see, but with that rapid fire Scarf, Husky, I have a feeling we're just going to stick to the A pressing on this one.
Yeah, we do have a couple switches here from Team Int. So Pancake's going to be taking that Mimikyu. Zika going to be switching into that Mega Gyarados. So I imagine we will see Mimikyu head to the central area, and then the Cinderace head to the central area. So the only thing that's really threatening this Cinderace, I feel like, is this Mimikyu if it's staying in the back line. But the Mimikyu can really get in there. So I think we'll probably see Feint from the Cinderace, looking to deal with some of the damage that's coming out, or if you can feint away from a Shadow Sneak or, you know, the Mega Gyarados hitting you with the Unite move. I think that's a good call, especially when you don't see something like a Speedster on the other side.
No, that's a good call as well. I mean, you mentioned Shadow Sneak. I'm also tempted to see if we're going to see a Trick Room come out into this because, you know, just the ability to really... Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Clefable, you got to wonder, you know, Gravity's going to be able to really just hold into place that Gyarados with the Waterfall, even the Mimikyu with the Trick Room. So got to be very careful with where you decide to come down. Shadow Sneak, definitely an option. My preferred move on a Mimikyu. I do love my Mimikyus come through, but we're going to head through. You're right. Mimikyu is going to take that central lane. Score Buddy. I forgot the name for a second. He's going to take the central lane for the side of Phantom Forces, who are on your orange side. Team It on your purple side.
I think that for Phantom Forces, this Clefable is a great call into a composition like this because you don't have a ton of mobility. You're mainly focusing on setting up that front line and then letting Cinderace do some work in that back line. So being Clefable, I feel like that's definitely going to be able to do a lot of healing. But what I was saying with the Mimikyu and Trick Room is it is still going to be, you know, reducing a lot of the damage in that Trick Room. So even if you set up a Clefable around everybody else on Phantom Forces, Team Int is still probably going to be able to get some things done as long as they're working within that Trick Room. But, I mean, like you said, Shadow Sneak also always a really good move.
Look, Cinderace is here as a reboot early into this top lane. We also got Pancakes here on the Mimikyu. Gonna try and see what they can do. The Natu's not gonna be shown any love in that central lane as these middle Altaris are gonna come up. We've also got Miraidon here making this a 4v3 situation. It's a beautiful chance to get Magikarp online if we can get some KOs. We do have Shadow Claw coming through. Gyarados is online. Clefable, the first to fall, and Waterfall stuns up to Lucario. Gonna have to grab those Citrus Berries quick wit, but Gyarados gets taken down for its troubles. But central lane of Mimikyu here to clean up where it can.
Yeah, that's already, you know, we're already seeing the power of this Cinderace right now. Just being able to A-press and not let that Gyarados get any of their points in. That should have been an easy couple of points for that Pokemon. But Cinderace making sure that doesn't happen there, and they end up taking that KO. So Phantom Forces keeping in line with where Team Int is at. But so far, Mimikyu and Cinderace both now hitting that level 6 at the same time.
Yeah, both want to hit that level 7, and Gyarados is going to make a beeline for Lucario and just A-press them down. Not even having to use that Dragon Breath for the KO streak of 2. Very good here now. Wartortle in a bit of a bother. Espeon using that Side Shock to take down the Miraidon as Wartortle is dangerously low. Unreal doesn't want to let it get away, but Cinderace is going to push the pressure and make sure that that teammate gets back to that pad with safety. Shadow Sneak almost catching themselves a Wild Rabbit.
Yeah, just a little too low of a range there. Not enough to hit that Cinderace. And we do see that the level 7 is on the line for the Cinderace, and it is that Blaze Kick. So maybe we're not going to be seeing that Feint. We could be seeing Flame Charges for a little bit mobility, but they are looking for that Umbreon. Big Psyshock there from the Espeon. We'll be able to take this down, and Phantom Forces going to be the first team to break a goal zone.
I mean, they did really well there with the, I do believe it was an eject or a Skull Bash from the Wartortle to Hydro Pump the Miraidon back to get the KO there. Mimikyu's going to try and get some points in, but I think they're going to wait to try and get as much of an overcap as they can. Lucario's going to try and stop that with the close combat. Going to have to pick up a Citrus Berry as well. Maybe waited just a little bit too long to get some pressure into that pad, but they do have a Gyarados here to help out. Now, Regieleki is going to walk in to that tier 2 on the bottom side. Phantom Force is looking quite strong with this lead right now here, Husky.
Yeah, they're looking pretty good. The levels are all about the same. We've got one Unite move per side. Now, Espeon also grabbing a Unite move here. They've get it at level 8 because EVs are fair, absolutely. And here they come jumping in with a Size Shock right there. Mimikyu already using the play with me, taking down that Lucario. Unite move from Espeon doesn't hit the Mega Gyarados because it was under the water, and now we've got this Pokemon online. 2 KO streak for Mimikyu, and they're going to be continuing forward. 3 KO streak for Mimikyu. Mega Gyarados in that backside trying to deal with the Cinder, make it a Quadra for that Mimikyu. Gyarados grabbing that 5th member of the squad, and Team Int is on the board.
That was a beautiful play there. Mimikyu just staying alive while Mega Gyarados did that damage, going deep into that Flux and Wazika on that Mega Gyarados. Great play to take the lead, but not by much. Only 1 point separates these two teams as we hit that 6-minute mark. Now we're just going to go back to farming this time around to try and get as much experience as we've got, because we've got level 10 Gyarados, level 10 Mimikyu, only level 10 Cinderace, and we haven't had a chance to see the Mega Evolution of Lucario come to play. But we could get a little skirmish as Umbreon avoiding that Surf. Blastoise, such a menace. We can talk about it as much as we want, but that Pokemon is just going to be a problem all day long.
If you look at Phantom Force's composition, you've got a couple late-game heavy Pokemon with this Cinder and with this Blastoise, and if they're not super ahead early, that they can still scale up into the late game and really do a lot of damage, whereas Team Int, the really late-game focused Pokemon on their side is this Mega Gyarados, so keeping them ahead, they've got that level 11 already. That's going to be solid for them, and right now, as we move toward this mid-game, you've kind of got the focus being on this Miraidon and this Espeon, be doing the most amount of damage that they can. Great call here from Team Int to move to that Tier 2 goal zone and get some extra points in.
Yeah, look, all of Team Phantom Forces decided to go for that Regieleki. The eject has to be popped by the Miraidon, as that rip on the Regieleki is very quick. Blaze kick into the Blazing Bicycle kick as well to try and take down the Miraidon to stop any kind of defense on this map. But Team Int, they haven't rushed back to their pad because they know they've got a bit of time to get back before that Regieleki slowly saunters their way back down, managing to take a Registeel for themselves as well. Nice bit of composition and composure being shown by Team Int there, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're Phantom Forces, even if you think that the Cinderace can walk in, try to take down this Miraidon, grab a KO here, I don't think that it's a good choice to be moving forward without your front line, especially when Team Int is definitely the team that's ahead. Cinderace does get out there, and they do get the Miraidon Unite move, but look at this skirmish happening in the central area. Umbreon does use a Unite move here into the Hydro Pump from the other side, but still, Phantom Forces is the team that's going to have to back up. No, big KO there from the Espeon onto the Gyarados. Mimikyu, though, taking one back to the other side. We do see Mega Lucario coming out. Will they be able to defend this goal zone, Lobo?
I don't know. Mega Lucario is putting a lot of damage here with the close combat, and Cinderace is really hard to lock down, and Team Int just deciding that they have to back off there. I think that all came from the Umbreon just being caught out, having to use that Unite move, and the rest of Team Int diving on in. But luckily, they didn't suffer too much in that one. Didn't get a chance to use the Mega Gyarados Unite move, but they did proc the Mega Lucario Unite move as well. So they're not going to have that for a little bit. So they can decide to push the pressure on any one of these goal zones that they choose. Perhaps that bottom lane to get rid of that tier 1, but also with that tier 1 up, you're starving Phantom Forces of any kind of experience, and that level 13 Mega Gyarados is going to be a problem. We got 2 fights popping up, one on the bottom side, one on the top side here.
We do see the Charge Beam, big take out there on that Blastoise. They're just a little bit behind here, only at level 10 on this Pokemon, whereas Gyarados at level 13. So Phantom Forces can pick up a KO on that Pokemon. That's a lot of experience going back to their side, and they might look for a push here into this tier 1 goal zone, taking so much damage. I don't think it's even worth Clefable trying to heal it up there. Lucario going down very quickly, but here's a Surf pushing everybody away. Team Int is going to be forced to back up for now, but they are going to be in good position to take this Regieleki.
Yeah, look, the Mega's still on board here. Are they going to take this Regieleki? Have an extra person. Blastoise trying to surf their way in, but Mimikyu gets it with the Shadow Claw this time around. Team Int just going to decide to back on up because there is another objective coming up in about 15 seconds, and they don't want to be too far behind. Phantom Forces can rip this one right off the board, but Team Int, they could look for a rip here, but I don't think that's enough time. But they've got control of this central area as this first objective is about to spawn. And it is here. Kyogre going to bring down the rain. Let's see what both these teams have to do, because Team Int, a little bit in the control right now.
I thought for a second, we might see Team Int go for a rip here, but we don't see it. Instead, they get a big jump into the enemy central area. Blastoise, though, is going to use their Unite move. The Hydro Pump, the Hydro Typhoon goes out. Mimikyu makes a huge mistake trying to jump on with that Play With Me, and they will go down. Lucario also taking down the Mega Gyarados before they can even use the Unite move. Miraidon holding on, though, will take down the Espeon. Cinderace is now heating up with those Blaze Kicks, with those Fireballs, throwing them at this Umbreon as they try to walk away, and it's 2 down. For Team Int right now, Phantom Forces only has their Espeon down. Can they turn this into an opportunity to flip?
I mean, Mega Gyarados is here, Umbreon's here. That Kyogre is going down very, very quickly. Can they get a secure? It is obviously going to be Cinderace that managed to get the secure there. Phantom Forces did a brilliant job absorbing that pressure as well. Unfortunately, Mimikyu going in, caught out in no man's land, had to use that Play With Me onto, I believe it was the Espeon, but still getting KO'd. No Gyarados Mega used at all within there, but they're going to try and use this to defend as they're still in the lead with 50 seconds left to go. Can they get the counters? Mimikyu picks up a KO, Espeon goes down, Lucario goes down, and Gyarados is Mega. Can they get the KO on the Clefable? They can, and it is Cinderace and the Blastoise that are doing the work right now for Phantom Forces.
Yeah, 4 down, now 5 down for Team Int, even though it looked like they could turn it around there. Phantom Forces with that Kyogre buff healing them up, generating some more HP every second. They are able to hold on, and they will be taking this game number 1. This team, really interesting way of playing the game. Pretty flashy with the way that they were going in for these fights, but ultimately, I think Team Int just made a huge mistake with how they engaged in that final fight there. You had the Umbreon jump in, and Mimikyu try to jump in that back line, and then Phantom Forces responded to it very well. I don't think Team Int was necessarily ready for what they were trying to do.
No, I agree. I think the jumping in was a very early game. They were still in the lead by about 20 or 30 points. They were comfortably in the lead. They had a level lead. They had the Mega Gyarados sitting prime back in the thing, but in the pit. But to take that fight into the enemy team's central area, I mean, just a little bit premature by Pancakes. I could see what they wanted to do. They got a pick onto Megi 92 in that pit and almost took out the Clefable, but then absolutely nowhere else for them to go. Nothing to hook onto with Shadow Sneak. And again, Feiji was just ready to rip that Mimikyu into bits, but then decided to pull out the Play With Me, and the rest of Team Int had to go in. So it just shows you just one move can really turn the tide of an entire game.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sure Phantom Force is very happy about how that game went. This is their first win in this entire tournament over these past couple weeks. The first map that they're able to take off of any team. And it's a team with a current winning record. That's huge for them. They're definitely going to want to keep this momentum up. They played really well. Being able to capitalize on some of these mistakes from Team Int was definitely good. But they are going to have to clean up some of the rest of their early and mid game. They can't rely on the enemy team to be making mistakes in order to take home these wins. So if they can clean up those team fights, we're definitely going to see them progress in this tournament.
Okay, we're just going to look through our highlights here. Again, Team Int had a very strong start, but this is where Cinderace is showing their strengths as well to just put that burn damage as well as that pressure. Mimikyu picking up a few KOs, but this is the beauty I think we didn't really highlight too much was the ability of Psychic Solaire to just really turn the tide of a game into your way. Unfortunately, this time around, it wasn't used brilliantly, but we saw Psychic Solaire used a few times in this matchup from the side of Phantom Forces to really stop Team Int in their processes right there. But there we go, another one. There goes Psychic Solaire with the Hydro Typhoon, really allowing for the defense, and Mimikyu just so far in, having to use that Play With Me. But the Cinderace, look how far back they are, Husky, just being able to put down that big amounts of damage.
Yeah, and then you can jump in with your Blaze Kick when they're a little bit low health, and then step back to make sure that you're not getting reached by any of that damage. And great job from them to avoid a lot of the Charge Beam damage as well from the Miraidon. And this is another good moment for Phantom Forces. It seemed like Team Int definitely winning that fight, but Phantom Forces was able to defend there. And this is the engagement that we talked about. The Clefable able to take down the Mimikyu while Lucario is on the other side, also dealing with some of those enemy Pokemon, and Cinderace just ripping down the enemy squad. It just seemed like an engagement that you definitely didn't want there. Huge eject button from Cinder as well to be able to hit the Miraidon, trap them inside those fireballs, and then able to cleanly rip this down.
I think deciding there that Miraidon was a bigger threat than you probably initially thought, because it just has the ability to put that amount of damage. And even when jumping here with the boss, we thought the members were going down. Mega Lucario went down here, but Cinderace is just being able to glide their way through with those blaze kicks as well, to try and just get some distance and just keep pressing down alongside Blastoise. I mean, look at how much health Blastoise still has in that final third there, Husky. It's kind of ridiculous what's going on with Blastoise right now, even in a situation where it probably wasn't as much of a nuisance as we saw it in the previous set. It was still a big problem to deal with.
Yeah, I think so far we've seen the Blastoise do really, really well. So if Phantom Forces, now being the first pick squad, potentially wants to either ban that out, make sure that they get that pick back, pick it up first, we'll see what they end up doing. We do have a change of map here. Groudon being chosen by Team Int, Phantom Force, or being chosen by Phantom Forces. I imagine Team Int, as the loser of that match, ended up choosing that second pick. It's a lot, which either can be pretty powerful. Grabbing first or second pick can be good depending on how you deal with your bans. But a couple bans now coming out. We do see them pick the Vaporeon as that ban. We did get confirmed that Team Int picked to go second. Phantom Forces picked the Groudon map.
Look, and the Phantom Forces also really just don't want that Mega Gyarados. A big problem in that game number one as well. Blastoise first picked in almost every game, honestly, apart from game one. Umbreon was picked by the side of Team Int. Blastoise, again, is such a good utility Pokemon. We can talk about it all day long. I don't think we want to, because we consider that Pokemon a big pain. Psyduck is going to be picked up. Psyduck's going to be allowed out of the ban jail as well. And DJ is going to pick up that Mega Mewtwo Y. Let's see how Phantom Forces decide to respond. They need to have a lot stronger of a early game this time around, Husky, because Team Int had the stronger of the early game in that previous game. Let's see if they can come out a bit stronger this one.
So last game, both Psyduck and Mewtwo Y were banned, so Team Int being able to take both of those Pokemon in their early picks. And Phantom Forces is going to respond by taking that Eldegoss that we saw Biter playing in the last game, and then picking back up that Mega Lucario. The Mega Lucario had a couple moments, but it didn't really shine the way that we saw the Cinderace shine in that previous match. So we'll have to see how they end up focusing on this here. And Team Int going to go ahead and grab a classic, that's Snorlax as your defender role, and then we're picking up that Mimikyu once again.
Snorlax still so dominant as a defender, just putting up those blocks, has such good utility right now going forward. We did see Flail get played across the weekend with Bruv, so we could see a few more imitators of that coming through with Ellen on a Team Int, but Zeke is going to go with that Mimikyu as well. Interested to see what Pancakes decides to do this time around. However, we are going to see the Espeon, the Cinderace. It's almost, I do believe that's the same comp come back through for the side of Team Int. No, I could be wrong. There's just no Clefable. It's an Eldegoss instead this time round. But the Machamp is coming through from Pancake. Now, this was highlighted to us by production in our notes here, is that the submission, which is usually played with the Mimikyu as well. So I'm very interested to see how this combination pops off this time round. Going back to try to get a win on the board.
Yeah, we've been told that this combo, this Mimikyu Machamp combo, has been doing really well for this squad. So we'll see if they're going to be able to bring us back here and send us to a game number 3. But not too sure quite yet. We did like this Espeon Cinderace double backliner. Can it deal with this Mewtwo Y and this Mimikyu Machamp combo this time around? I think that for that to work, you're going to have to make sure this Blastoise gets online, and you're going to also have to make sure that this Lucario is doing some more damage, being in a little bit more of these fights.
I mean, especially if that submission Machamp is going right for that backline, you want to make sure you break that passive of the Espeon as well. You want to make sure that Blastoise can't really get to you, because, I mean, Surf is not going to affect anything to do with submission. Just run right past you. It's going to get a little bit wet, but I don't think, as long as Machamp gets all those hands on you, it's going to be a big problem. If they can combo that into the Shadow Claw that's coming out from Zika on that Mimikyu, I really want to see how this is going. Cinderace in that backline as well. I believe we saw Blaze Kick and a Feint come through in that previous game. So trying to stay away from that Machamp is going to be the big item that I want to see if Phantom Forces can pull off. I think it's going to be business as usual. Cinderace into the central lane, Mimikyu into the central lane for Team Int. They've swapped sides, so Team Int's on your orange side, Phantom Forces on your purple side. Let's see who can go this, because this is game number 2. Phantom Forces want to get a win on the board.
Yeah, I think it depends with the Cinderace and whether they go Faint again. I imagine they will, and it's all about the timing, because you do have a lot more CC on Team Int. So what exactly are you going to be fainting? Are you going to make sure you're fainting that Shadow Sneak from the Mimikyu? The Psy Strike that's probably going to come out from this Mewtwo Y, or that submission from the Machamp. So if you can catch the Cinderace, you can really put a lot on them in terms of combos. So it's going to be up to Paggy to be playing it smart already, though, in this bottom path. Snorlax will go down.
I mean, Snorlax is putting a lot of pressure on that bottom path as well. So getting takedown, getting a breath of fresh air for that Squirtle is going to be important. Lucario is here alongside the Cinderace, but so is Zika on that Mimikyu. Let's see if this first fight can go a little bit differently as opposed to game number 1, unless they're going to put pressure. But it was a 4v3 last time. 3v3 this time. Machop wants to get evolved and get access to that submission. Lucario wants to get access to that Mega as soon as possible. Here we go. Shadow Claw's going to go in. Eldegoss is going to take the brunt of that damage. But once again, Paggy's just doing a brilliant job with those A-pressing from the reboot to just back everybody off with that burn damage.
So we've got Bubble Beam from the Psyduck, interestingly enough. This is a really good move to be dealing with a lot of Brawl in that front line, but I wonder how it's going to fare against something like a Cinderace. It's helpful when you have a Bubble Beam on a Pokemon that Mimikyu is attacking, so that's just going to amp up their damage that much more, but will it be enough is the question here. The Psyshock comes out from the Espeon, but right now both squads kind of waiting for our next objective spawn, which is going to be this Regidrago as Machamp will go down here in this top path.
Just got that evolution, and then being taken out is not what you want to see. But Cinderace has the ability to rip this Regidrago, but are the central laners, they're going to go up top instead of paying attention to this the Regidrago. And Blaze Kick is going to make sure that Cinderace avoids anything, but it's not going to be able to avoid the Psy Strike into the KO. Beautiful KO coming through from the combination play between Mewtwo and Mimikyu. Espeon just decided they saw all 4 people in that top lane. They're just going to back it on up real quick like.
Yeah, trying to get some more stacks here in this top path. 44-4. A lot of 4s on the board right now. Trying to get some more points in. Machamp does get another stack here. Here comes Cinderace, though. They are very low. Machamp's going to have to back out the submission. Giving so much movement speed to this Pokemon. I believe that this was paired with, it's paired with an eject button as well. I've also seen it played with some X speed, and this thing just moves all over the map.
I mean, it's going to be one of the funniest run animations to me because it just gets sped up completely. But you love watching the Machamp go across. But when it gets those 4 arms, it looks even more menacing than the Machoke does. But now we've got to push on to this top part. Submission has been put up, but not going to dive in just yet. Teammate going to make their way up to this Regirock to give themselves a little bit more bulk when pushing on to this next pad. However, I believe Phantom Force is going to go for the Regieleki down bottom, but it does not matter. They got to deal with a Mega Mewtwo Y, who has Mega Evolved as Espeon takes the Regieleki with a Psyshock. Blaze Kick is going to reposition Snorlax caught between a rock and a hard place, and that is the Blastoise, and Blastoise is going to get a nice KO and finish them off with the Hydro Pump, but not going to break this tier 1 just yet, Husky.
Yeah, not really any contest here in the top path for that objective, but the bottom path being able to take down the Snorlax is definitely helpful. Machamp with an eject button has to try to take this Espeon, not able to do so, and it looks like Phantom Forces is going to break this goal zone with the maximum overcap. Great Unite move here. Sai hits a 4. Mimikyu able to take down the Espeon, and now Phantom Forces is being punished for that push.
I mean, they are. I thought that the Psychic Slayer was going to help out there, but the Sai in it to the Shadow Sneak with the combination of the Shadow Claw, taking out the very problem targets, targeting that Espeon to really stop any of the stuns coming through. And now they're going to get their points back, 128 to 146. Nice game coming out from both of these teams, fairly even with both tier 1s still up, but they don't want to stick around for too long as Mimikyu and Machoke are going to try and exit stage right here to get away from that stunning duo of that Espeon and Blastoise.
Yeah, they gotta have a lot of their stacks now. It was the attack weights on both the Mimikyu and the Machamp here that were looking to be stacked up, and I imagine they're pretty close here to that 6 if they're not there already. A lot of small points going in. Great shadow tag here onto the Espeon, but good response from Phantom Forces. Make sure the Mimikyu would get punished if they decided to take it. 150 here to 128 entering the mid game. Both teams trying to see where they might be able to put some pressure on. 14 points are going to be added to Phantom Force's total, leaving our score disparity at only 8.
That's a sneaky little dunk by Blastoise, but if anyone else can get away with that, it is the Blastoise. Cinderace is probably just going to rip this on spawn. I don't think anyone is really going to be able to stop them from getting in to stop that Cinderace from ripping it, but we'll see. They're going to take a Registeel in the top lane as well, giving them that attack buff, and they're going to push onto this tier 2 like we saw them do in game number 1. However, their forces are going to be split as they defend from this Regieleki, but maybe just go for a little bit of window shopping into the enemy team's central area. But Mimikyu said, nah, he's going in. He wants to get the KO on it to this Mega Lucario. Infinite Cyberne's going to drop as well into the Hydro Typhoon. Lucario has gone Mega. Those close combats are going to heal themselves right up. Blazing Bicycle Kick is going to ward off the Mewtwo Y. Gets caught with the Psychic Scalare as well. Mimikyu does go down. Mewtwo Y barely getting out as there's a Blastoise on the hop, and Machamp left to deal with the Regieleki all by themselves, unable to get to be part of the action here, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, great response there from Phantom Forces to be able to come up and stop that push. And great move there from Lucario as they were still in their Mega Evolution. They will have to back up, though, because here comes Machamp using the Barrage Blow, trying to get close to that Cinderace. They will find them. Espeon stuns them for now with a Psyshock. That's going to be a great pick for Team It. You don't want to let this Cinderace keep going. Another KO here from the Machamp. I think that the Espeon didn't necessarily realize just how fast that thing is.
No, especially when you add the cross chop onto that into the end of the submission. But we saw Cinderace avoid the barrage blow come through with a feint. They thought they were away. They thought they were safe. But no, that menacing Machamp can really run you down. Team Int getting a few KOs, but it's still Phantom Forces that are in the lead here by 7 as we head to the final stretch. 1 minute left to go until Groudon shows their face. Machamp looking menacingly, looking for that Cinderace. Level 13 Mimikyu on the board. No level 13s yet for the side of Phantom Forces, but Lucario could be caught out by a Machamp because, oh, nope, are they going to chase? No, I think they might just let him get away.
Yeah, Lucario, great score there. Nobody was covering that top path for Team Int. A little bit of an oversight for them, but it's still pretty close in terms of score, and now Team Int in a great position to take this Registeel. Not going to be contested at all here by Phantom Forces. Instead, they're going to focus on the bottom objective, let this Registeel go over to Team Int, which is going to give them a huge advantage in this fight, but if Regieleki is going to be walking toward that Tier 2 goal zone, that puts Team Int in the position to have to either defend it or allow a score to go in for Phantom Forces, which would put them in the lead depending on the number of points that they drop.
They've got some time right now to try and defend this, 10 seconds, but I think they might just let it go through. Maybe Machamp's just going to push it in. I don't know here, but I do believe that was the third Registeel, was it not? That was on this map. The first, no, we did see a Regirock. I believe it was 2 Registeels and a Regirock, but Snorlax has been found in this bush. We've got a little bit of a difference between scores. 77 points right now between these two teams. We've got the Groudon spawn. We'll see here we go. We're going to go to a game 3, but Blastoise being suplexed in submission by a Machamp.
Yeah, wow, the block also keeps that Surf from jumping too far in. Good Shadow Tag onto the Eldegoss, but the rest of the squad is there, healing that Blastoise up with that Cotton Guard and those Pollen Puffs. Surf trying to catch this Psyduck, but it is once again Team Int that's going to have to make the move, and they don't want to Int this time around, even though they are Team Int, because everyone lost in the game previously. A little bit of some hits onto this Regirock, but nobody in that full rip mode just yet. Here comes Mewtwo Y, though. They do have a Mega Evolution, so a lot of damage could be coming out from them, but neither team wants to commit.
Yeah, they can't really make use of this yet, but now the commit is on. Infinite Sire into the Hydro Typhoon. Oracan's going to come out with the Mega Lucario coming through as well. 2 KOs going down. Phantom Forces are losing members left, right, and center. Cinderace goes down. Blastoise is the only one left alive, and that is a team wipe for the side of Team Int. No inting this time round on their side here, Husky. They have taken out all 5 members. They're going to take this Groudon as well, and now the Hondo Burgers can reign on it.
That is the team fight that we were looking to see here from Team Int that we weren't able to see in game number 1. Phantom Forces going to have a huge struggle trying to defend against this push. Now 350 to 227. Phantom Forces going to have to get some KOs, but it's likely not going to happen. Espeon jumps in, doesn't use the Unite move once again. Immediately taken out by this Mewtwo Y, and this is going to be going to a game number 3.
I mean, game number 3 is we always love to see it. Team Int going to rectify that situation in game number 1 and secure this game number 2. A very, very solid comp coming through. I thought they were going to possibly pull what they pulled in game number 1 because the Mega Mewtwo did happen a little bit early whilst they were still trying to pressure everybody out. Mega Mewtwo Y was looking to lock on to that Lucario and put some extra damage even before it got the Unite move off and went into its Mega form. They didn't want to waste that Mega Mewtwo-Y and the gauge there, but they had the time, they had the patience, and they managed to get it done. Team Int doing a fantastic job taking this game number 2. And honestly, everything we were told about that submission Machamp was definitely true, right, Husky?
Yeah, I mean, clearly that Machamp Mimikyu combo that we've heard so much about is definitely the move for Team Int. They looked really good on it. The double attackers for Phantom Forces just not able to escape from the Machamp and the Mimikyu. And again, the Lucario just not really able to get much done, only 18,000 damage. It just, unfortunately, the Machamp and Mimikyu were never interested in dealing with the Mega Lucario. They just kind of walked around it and went for the double attackers. So yeah, it just didn't look great.
No, I mean, it was a good, more controlled Groudon fight this time around coming through. I mean, they were behind towards the start of that Groudon fight. It didn't let it come through. I think a lot of the time they did really put the pressure on that Mega Lucario, really not letting it get any kind of momentum into this game as well. A lot of times Psychic Solaire was able to be helped out, but then just on the back foot, a lot of these team fights that Team Int were able to take were catching Phantom Forces on the back foot, just like we saw right now, especially that halfway point, getting those scores in, coming through. And then even here, we thought that they were going to come through. Mimikyu, Zyka just here, I think just going to accept the KO and allow Mewtwo-Y to get out and not suffer too many losses and give too much experience back to the side of Phantom Forces. But even here right now, the pressure onto this top lane, the barrage blow into the Faint, Machamp was just not going to let anything go.
Yeah, I mean, Phantom Force has a couple of solid fights, but just the chase from this Machamp, it's not something that you necessarily expect from an all-rounder. You kind of expect it to have less mobility, but those huge pushes forward with that cross drop right into the submission, and Phantom Force is not really able to do much about it. And this is that end game fight that we saw. Lucario went for a Unite move into the Mewtwo-Y, but just too much damage coming down from them, not able to get much done. And, you know, it just seems like Phantom Forces struggles a little bit more in team fights. It seems like they kind of panic a little bit when faced with a huge barrage, if you will, of Pokemon coming at them with all that damage.
I mean, even a lot of the time, Mewtwo-Y, we saw it survive very instinctively with the Psy Strike, you know, almost getting caught out, but then that Psy Strike making it almost untargetable and untouchable as well. So, I mean, targeting a Mewtwo-Y when your Mega Lucario is probably a good idea, but Mewtwo-Y is probably one of the best attackers in the game for a reason, because it has that mobility, it has that escapability, and it also has that ability to just get out of those situations. But Team Int in that situation were playing very, very well. A lot more threatening things that they had to deal with. I think that Machamp, the performance throughout that 10 minutes of that game made that Machamp more, I want to say, prominent in the eyes of Phantom Forces. Like, you really had to watch out where that Machamp was going, because as we saw after they took down the Cinderace, the Espeon and the Eldegoss pushed up. They thought they were pushing the Machamp back, but then Machamp came back with that submission and got the KO. So a lot of instances like that where you just really have to be careful about what can get to you in a short space of time.
And here's game number 3 here. We're going to see the Kyogre map come out once again. We're going to see what the bans end up being. I imagine Phantom Forces went back to select that second pick slot, so they're going to be looking to ban out some of those Pokemon they don't want Team Int to take first. And I think Vaporeon banned out again, Lissy, and Team Int actually going to ban out the Cinderace. They didn't like dealing with Paggy's Cinderace, so they're just going to ban it. They're just going to see what those last bans end up being, and they're going to ban out the Mimikyu. So target ban for target ban here in game number 3.
You hate to see it. I love seeing a Mimikyu, but don't want to see it get banned. Pancakes. Oh, interesting. I thought they were going to hover over a Gengar, which could be interesting as well. Surfetch not able to be played right now, still serving that moratorium. But Pancakes is actually going to take the Mega Lucario away from Phantom Forces. So it's really interesting. I do like to see that ban for ban, target ban for target ban. That Mimikyu was a big problem for Phantom Forces to deal with, but now, you know, another all-rounder that they can call on is to see if they can do a little bit better on at that Lucario. But Vitapig is going to get access to that Hooper that they oh so love. But Kree, again, on that Blastoise, and this again, that Blastoise, no matter what, just gives them that strong front line, Husky.
And I think that taking this Mega Lucario first pick is interesting here for Team Int. They're going to kind of be like, yeah, we'll show you how it's done here. We'd rather this than the Mega Gyarados. That does leave it open here for Lou on Phantom Forces. And we're going to see that being locked in, as well as the Inteleon.
I mean, Inteleon is always, I think, it's up there with one of the strongest attackers. We always talk about Miraidon. It's always these attackers that are able to output high damage, but also able to have that good mobility coming into these games. Ellen hovering over the Mr. Mime, which I kind of like, because to really get Gyarados going, we know that it's going to be locked into that waterfall moveset. So to put the walls up, put any kind of distraction and disruption for this Mega Gyarados is going to be very important. We saw it, I think, game number 1 with Los Duros. Walls seem to be the biggest hindrance to this Mega Gyarados, but we'll see how they can deal with it. And the first time we're seeing a Urshifu is now, just because it's a full heal, I'm thinking that's a Water Bear.
Yeah, it looks like it could be a Water Bear, which definitely gives a little bit more dive. And Phantom Force is going to respond here with this Talonflame in that last pick slot. Obviously, they're not allowed to take that Cinderace this time around, so going for that Talonflame instead, that could give them some decent access into that backline. And, I'm not really sure about the Talonflame here. They were considering the Leafeon. I feel like I would have liked the Leafeon a little bit better, but, we'll see how it ends up going here.
I'm just comparing the Talonflame versus the Leafeon against the competition that Team Int have got going. Leafeon is a little bit squishier heading into, a Mega Mewtwo Y and a Mega Lucario, and even what we might assume is a Water Bear as well. Talonflame, like we said, the utility between Fly and Brave Bird to be able to go up probably has a little bit more get out of jail kind of free card that does. Husky has a wonderful cat.
Yeah,
That's
there's
absolutely
Karma.
Fantastic. so cute. I distracted. I lost my train of thought. Talonflame versus Leafeon. So yeah, I'm just thinking that probably Talonflame has a little bit more of an escape ability if it does get dive, but Lucario kind of just gonna have to sit there and absorb the damage.
We'll see if Karma's gonna get out of the way. That's his tail right now, directly in my camera. He's got a little spot over here. I set him up with like a little blanket, but I guess he just came in and he wanted some pets. But yeah, game number 3. We're gonna see what ends up happening here with these two squads. Should be an interesting game. Phantom Force is looking to pull out their first ever win, and Team Int looking to go ahead of Los Duros here, game number 3.
I mean, a lot on the line for these teams in the 4th and 6th place position. Little Ghatlue is going to take that central lane. Why would you send it anywhere else? It struggles to get to that level 5. Usually, when you see a Ghatlue, you tend to see an invade, but not going to happen this time round for the side of Team Int. Squirtle already in a bit of bother with the combination of the walls and the A-pressing ability of Mewtwo Y, and Talonflame going to take that central lane with the Magikarp in top path, as it should be.
Yeah, and we've seen actually this Mr. Mime come out quite a lot as of late. I feel like, it's always been pretty good, but now with this like frontline heavy, mega heavy meta, you can really do a lot of disruption with some of those barriers. And, even if you wanted to go a healing moveset with that guard swap, or power swap and the confusion, or even that psychic, it just does a lot to disrupt something like a Mega Gyarados that they're gonna be dealing with.
I agree with you. And look, Zika is here with that Urshifu. It does look like, yes, it is a Water Bear coming through, almost like a pseudo speed. So are they going to try and take all this, going to take it through? Who are they going to go on to? It is the mean look that does come on to the Urshifu, but it's not going to stop it from taking down the Fletchinder. And Magikarp is going to be a sitting carp in that instance, as now the stacks are going to come through for these two attacker Pokemon.
Team Int off to a great start here. Hoopa was able to steal away a berry just to leave it for that Lucario. And this is kind of a more classic top path, right? The Lucario. We used to see it as regular Lucario in the top path. Now we've got an even better version of it up there. And that Gyarados likely to be struggling here early. Not quite a Gyarados just yet, whereas Team Int going to push their advantage into the enemy central area. Big KO from Mime, and Meggy will stop them in a mean look, but just for the time being. Here comes Hyperspace Hole. Can the Mr. Mime get out? They are able to make it back through the Hyperspace Hole. What a play.
On an HP and a dream, like Tano likes to say. But Mr. Mime picking up a 2 KO streak, and just all the walls plus the pushes into the walls, extra damage. Team Int have started off strong. They do not want to lose this one. They want to send a message right now that they can and will be at the top of the pack, or fight for the top of the pack. We got Regidrago coming up soon, as we got Umbreon in that mid lane with the Urshifu. Talonflame going to take to the sky, but it's going to be stopped by Lucario, but still going to be able to escape. No! Biter's going to find it and send Talonflame back to Nurse Joy.
This is kind of the issue that I had with the Talonflame pick. I think you can fly in, you can do a lot of damage, but then what? Everybody on Team Int is there surrounding you, and you don't have a fly up for another 7 seconds or so, so what are you going to be able to do? And we did see that there. They are level 7, so they're just going to need to try to get some more levels up, make sure that they're as close to that Urshifu in levels as possible, but right now that is not seeming to be the case.
I mean, I'm using that eject as well. Talonflame needs to go for their stacks to do a little bit more damage, but the mine walls are just hitting so very well, so very accurate. Reg Ice, it is a liquidation Inteleon coming out from the side of Phantom Forces. Not something we see very often, but does have the ability to do a lot of damage. Talonflame going to take to the sky and secure the Reg Ice for Phantom Forces. Bidapig is here with the Hooper, going to try and bring everybody down, but Regieleki has walked into the top part. KO streak of 2 by Talonflame right now. Inteleon picks up another KO to make that 3 total for the side of Phantom Forces with that liquidation.
Yeah, liquidation actually played a decent amount. So usually snipe shot is the pick, but we've seen recently in some of these tournaments that liquidation is actually a little bit more favored because it's not a skill shot. You're always going to be doing consistent damage, and if the Pokemon can't catch up to you, then that liquidation can do quite a lot. Problem here is going to be with that water bear. Can you actually do enough damage to the water bear with liquidation before it gets into the back line and takes you out?
I have no idea, but look, Mega Lucario has gone Mega. They've used that Mega quite early, trying to pick a fight here before that Mega Gauge runs out, but they've decided to pick a fight with the Gyarados, who still has access to the Hydro Typhoon. The Mine Wall is going to stop it from surfing anywhere in, but Mega Lucario does go down to the Mega of Mega Gyarados with the Hydro Typhoon into the Azure Spy Vision. 2 KO streak assisted by the Inteleon and the Blastoise for Mega Gyarados, and Phantom Force is going to push their way on to this top pad. The teleport coming out from Mewtwo. It's gone into its Mega, but it's also been targeted by the liquidation.
I have actually learned over these past couple days that the Mega Lucario evolution lasts 25 seconds, and you can actually use it preemptively to set up your team before a team fight breaks out. But look at this, the Mega Gyarados will take out Urshifu before being taken out by the regular Lucario for itself. A bit of a scrap going in here in the central area. Here comes a Flame Sweep, just trying to get away from that Showtime with the Mr. Mime. They will be able to do so, and that's a great KO to take down this Urshifu in this mid game.
No, I agree with you 100%. As we go into the mid-game, we got Regieleki spawning into the top part, 208 to 174. Team Int just slightly in the lead here with about 34 points, if my math is correct. It could be wrong. I'm not very good at math. But Lucario is just going to rip this off the board with absolutely no hesitance, as Biden's going to try to keep everybody off. He can't keep a Blastoise distracted for very long. Another Reg Ice is going to show up down at the bottom as Phantom Force is going to take this away. The healing that they're going to get, the self-sustain that they're going to get is going to be very important as Mewtwo gets caught inside the Melook and is going to be... He gets teleported away by the hyperspace hole. The Rings Unbound from Hooper.
Wow, what a play there. I can see why this is always banned out from Biter here. Pulling everybody up into that top path. Regieleki, though, doesn't quite walk in. If they can get just a couple points in here, Regieleki might be able to walk toward that base goal zone, and it will. That's actually a huge oversight here from Phantom Forces. They take the fight, but they don't take anybody out, and now Regieleki, dangerous here, walking in towards that base.
I mean, Unite moves have been used. There's still Azure Spy Vision and Flame Sweep on the side of Phantom Forces to keep that Regieleki out, but why would they? I mean, I don't know if that was taken before the 4-minute mark here, Husky. Could we see another Regieleki come through? I don't remember the exact timing, but now they might want to push in. But actually, that Regieleki has actually walked into the home pad. Yeah,
so that's another couple points in here because Team Int was threatening that tier 1 goal zone, so they had to send the rest of the squad to defend here for Phantom Forces. Team Int not going to push towards that base goal zone to get some points in. Instead, they're going to be looking for a fight in this central area. Kind of the last opportunity to use some Unite moves here if they have them. Regidrago getting very low here. It is going to be the fly that takes it. Surf now pushing forward into this Mega Lucario who will go out. That's a big KO here for Phantom Forces.
No, it is. Talonflame's going to try and get a score on to that tier 2 in the bottom side, but they saw the Mewtwo Y was there. Opted to not go for that score. They're still in the lead a fair distance, are they, by our Team Int? But look, 14 seconds until Regieleki spawns, and this walks into home pad. This is a win condition for the side of Team Int, especially with Biter on that Hooper. They see where everyone's coming from. They see where the Talonflame is. They see where the Umbreon is. Are they going to try and rip this off the board and take it off the map? Because this could be the fight right here as we do get the rip on the Regieleki straight away.
Yeah, if you're Phantom Forces, you are going to want to watch for it here. Good KO on that Regieleki from the Inteleon, so we're not going to see it walk toward the base of Phantom Forces. They definitely needed that there. It's always interesting when something like a Liquidation gets the Secure instead of the Power-Up Punch and the Fly that both landed on top of it. You expect that it's not going to be that, but it is instead going to be Phantom Forces taking it, and we do have less than a 100-point lead for Team Int, so neither team is going to really know how far behind Phantom Forces is, because we don't see like the huge lead pop up. They're not going to be sure. They do know, though, that Phantom Forces is going to have to be the team that tries to take an engagement here on this fight. We do see that that's a really good play, actually, from the Mewtwo Y to pop the passive of the Umbreon, so we know they won't have that Unstoppable that hits. But it is, again, going to be up to Phantom Forces to try to take something here. Surf will look for this Mr. Mime, but it is going to be stopped right away.
I mean, the walls are so important by this Mr. Mime. Another stun coming through. The Hooper is going to reset everybody. Well, just the Mr. Mime for now, as Bitepig's able to dodge half of it. Mewtwo's going to show face again. Just a patient game coming out from both these teams. We haven't seen Zico fly in just yet, but Blastoise is heavily in. There's a Dragon Current into the Infinite Cyber and the Hyper Typhoon with the rings unbound. Unite moves popping up every which way. Azure Spy Vision's got out with the Liquidations, hitting their mark. Mega Gyarados is trying to do everything that it can. Oh my god, Urshifu managed to get a Chaos Drink as well. Chaos Drink of 2 coming up from Mega Lucario as Talonflame has just opted to retreat and backcap this time around, getting that 50 in. Don't know if there's much more that they can do. Blastoise is going to try and score, but no, Mega Lucario is going to take the Kyogre off the board here, Husky.
Yeah, Mr. Mime dropped in that fight, and that was really it. Eventually, Hoopa also went down, but those are not the Pokemon that you want to take down if you're going to want to win a fight. So it looks like for Team Int, they're going to be able to put a ton of points on the board, 492 now to 314. Even though Talonflame went for a couple of decent backcaps, it's not going to be enough here for Phantom Forces.
I mean, they're keeping it close, but with 6 points, what are you going to do when 20s and 10s can raise in at double points? Umbreon's going to go dangerously low, almost getting KO'd on an HP and a Dream. Gyarados doesn't have access to that Mega Unite move, but with 6 seconds left on the clock, Team Int are going to take this Game 3 situation above Phantom Forces.
Yeah, it is going to be Team Int now going to be going into third place, but it was a little hairy there for a second. I mean, Phantom Forces did take a game off of them, which definitely wouldn't be expected from a team who hadn't won a single match, and the Phantom Forces still going to have to practice their team fighting just a bit more as they're going to remain in that lower side, now going to 0-4 on the tournament.
No, I mean, and exactly, Team Int wanted to go above Los Duros, and Los Duros losing earlier on in the night. That is a nice little hop, jump, and a skip for Team Int to go climb their way up the board. Phantom Forces, oh my god, Phantom Forces, so hard to distinguish between the two, but they played a very, very good game. Again, I think they were pushed a little bit, a lot more of an aggressive comp coming out from the side of Team Int this time around, especially with Zika on that Urshifu. Really got to give a big shout out to Ellen on that Mr. Mime. Those walls were absolutely insane at covering their bases here.
To see some of these replays. Team Int was definitely in control from the beginning of the game, but Phantom Forces was still able to hold on in a couple of these moments, taking out the Urshifu. It was definitely a good push here for them, but still, Mr. Mime just wreaking havoc the entirety of that game. This was that fantastic play where Mr. Mime was able to make it back through the portal and 2 KOs on their way through.
Look, again, I still think Team Phantom Forces had some really good moments here, just like this, playing together. But again, moments like this where the fight just gets away and the chaos ensues is where Team Int really seem to be thriving in these team fights right now. Again, we come back through with 2 Unite moves being used, but Mewtwo Y getting away and the rest of Team Int coming up top to try and help out. But then they just get caught on the retreat right now as they try to do their best to get away. There you go. The Inteleon versus the Mega Gyarados. The Inteleon versus the Urshifu. It was the crit. The big crits that Inteleon are able to do, even outside of Liquidation, their basic attacks become so dangerous, Husky.
Yeah, I mean, Phantom Forces had some great fights throughout a lot of this game. I think this was, unfortunately, a huge oversight by them. They really either should have just let the Regieleki in at this point because only 2 points needed to go in, and if they were able to grab anything, which they were here with 18 points from the Hoopa, then they just kind of did not set them up very well, and they weren't even able to get any KOs. I think that's kind of where Team Int really pulled ahead, and Phantom Forces was at a huge disadvantage.
We saw them here take the Regi Drago. Lucario goes down, but then once again not pushing on. Taking the Regieleki up here before at the 230 mark was a hugely important deal, but this is where it all popped off. Every Unite move, I think about 5 Unite moves popped off. Hydro Typhoon, Azure Spy Vision, Aura Cannon from the Lucario. I think the Midnight Prance coming out from Umbreon as well, just popping off. And look at where Lucario is. Average is staying in the bush, trying to pick up some KOs. The Mean Look catching out the Urshifu, but then get caught. Spider doing a brilliant job on that Hooper in its unbound form, just getting all of the stuns in. Every single stun was able to hit and give their team an even more stronger presence inside that hit. And then, honestly, if you're the Talonflame, what are you going to do? You just have no choice but to back cap and at least try and make the score as close to even as possible.
Yeah, I honestly, watching that back, I don't think Phantom Forces knew where the fight was, and Team Int was able to capitalize on that because they had a lot of Pokemon that could fight on their own, and Phantom Forces didn't. They really needed the entire team composition in like a death ball type deal to move in on all of them, but they just weren't able to capitalize on it. So Phantom Forces is going to drop to 0-4. Team Int is going to go up to 3-1 on the tournament, but well played by Phantom Forces, able to take their first map of the season. And we are going to be back very soon with another few matches of Pokemon Unite. But for now, grab a drink and snack and all those other things that we say before we head to break, and we will be back very soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to our wonderful broadcast. I'm joined by the wonderful Husky Star, and we are midway through our broadcast, and we have got another spicy competition coming up for you guys. It is another one of the Rework Esports. This time it is the Core going up against Supernova BA, and we can see Husky. These teams, they've got reverse scores going on. Core want to do the same as their compatriots earlier on in the night and keep their scores nice and clean with those donuts, giving that 3 and turning that into a 4, whereas Supernova want to get some wins on the board.
Let's take a look at Supernova's roster. They haven't won any sets just yet, so they're going to try to pull off a big upset here against Rework Esports Core. Not even going to try to pronounce who I'm looking at in that first slot, but something. And we've got Teeps, Dalim, Lola, and Ware on this squad. A lot of accolades for this squad, but no wins to their name just yet.
No, they want to try and get those wins on the board, but they do have the experience playing in these competitive natured games, especially in these grassroots style tournaments. Looking at Rework Esports Core, we've got Cascade, Dodo, Japa, Azelito, I'm going to go with Azelito, and Aaron coming through as well. Again, top 5 UCSs all around the boards, top 5 EUL. This is a team that have played together. They have the experience, and they want to keep those winning ways going here, Husky.
I've been told that the other player that I didn't even try to pronounce, that was just a bunch of letters, is in fact Bordy. So it can be confusing with them. It can be confusing with the way that players name themselves because I can't keep track of the changing names. I know the players, but I can't remember which one has changed their name to what. So thank you, Shiv, for that insight. And it is also Azelito that you were saying before. That is the correct pronunciation. But yeah, these two teams, going to be an interesting one. Supernova now a little bit behind of Phantom Forces, who have won a game that we saw in that last set. And they're going to be looking to do the same thing. Can they take a game? Can they take a set? And Rework Esports Core looking to defend their title.
I mean, it's always interesting where you come in, whether you're defending, your undefeated streak, or you're trying to get a game on the board. Which side has the more pressure on them to try and either break this slump or continue this run of form? But now we can see, we do have Bordy's name in proper characters, so we can actually see it this time round on your purple side. Supernova. Wait, am I completely wrong? No, I'm right. Yeah, no, Supernova on your purple and orange on your and Rework on your orange side. Orange on your Rework side.
Yeah, it's orange on the Rework side, Nova on the purple side or something.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's check out these bands here, Husky. Gyarados and Blastoise. Finally a Blastoise band.
Yeah, just get that thing out, honestly. Like, it's going to be picked. It's ridiculous. It's so annoying to fight against. And, unsurprising bands over here on the other side either. We've got Mega Gyarados, Blissey, and Umbreon. So I feel like we're seeing the ban strategy for both of these teams is like ban out a lot of supports and defenders and then ban out a couple of the most broken carries that are in the game. And that's definitely what we're seeing here. 2 mega Pokemon on the chopping block as well as a good amount of CC heavy supports.
I mean, it's exactly what I expected. I'm very happy with the Blastoise ban because we don't have to call it once again. I think we've seen Blastoise in almost every single game come through. But, when Blastoise gets banned, it brings back another defender that is very, very popular right now. And as much as I'm trying to understand where the popularity of Crustle came from, I really just cannot. Such a good Pokemon, such a good utility Pokemon, and Rubble Rouse is such a wonderful Unite move.
Yeah, it's definitely a Unite move, that's for sure. I don't know if it's going to be a first pick for me. I feel like I'd want to grab either that Mega Lucario or the Vaporeon, so that's kind of surprising, unless there's something I'm missing about, like if Rework Esports really likes to play this Crustle or something like that. But Supernova is also going to grab the Slowbro and the Crustle, so double defender composition shaping up for this squad.
You want to, I guess, having that front line to sit behind the Darkrai, but then also whether that Slowbro decides to play Telekinesis or into the Rock Tomb, excuse me, is really going to set up a few things for that Darkrai to really jump onto. But, I mean, they're hovering over 2 triple speedsters right now here, Husky. That's a very interesting look comp coming out from the side of Supernova.
Yeah, okay, interesting. So I guess we're going to see now if this is a strategy that this team uses, or if this is a new strategy that they're going to use to try to grab a win away from a 3-0 team. But Dodo rounding it out here with the Ceruledge pick. Definitely a solid choice. And it's pretty good into some speedsters as well. If you're using the Phantom Force, I believe it's Phantom Force that goes under the ground, but if you're using that move, it kind of gives you an advantage to avoid a lot of damage that's coming out from some of the burst that speedsters can do. So I think that's a really solid pick here.
And not a full heal amongst the bunch I'm seeing on the side of Rework Esport Core, which is going to really play into whether we're going to see Dream Eater or a Hex come out from the side of that Gengar, or, you know, I mean, full heal is only going to help you so much going into this comp right now that Supernova got. It looks fairly dangerous, but let's see how consistent and concise it is. Like, you know, I want to see how well cohesive was the word I was looking for. So many CO words in that little string there. So cohesive. I want to see how cohesive this 3 speedsters and 2 defenders is going to go against a much more traditional comp with your all-rounder, your speedster, your Vaporeon, your Snorlax, your tank, and then they've got the Mewtwo Y going into there.
Yeah, I mean, Rework Esport Core also has a double defender. I guess, you know, you probably have Vaporeon playing more of that support role, but 2 tanky front lines on either side, and it's just, can Supernova get enough damage on Rework Esport Core before they can do anything about it? And for that, it requires them getting ahead early. And Rework knows that. As the team that's currently 3-0, they know that they're going to be trying to keep these speedsters at bay.
Yeah, look, speedsters, especially that Leafeon getting online early, it's not going to go into the central lane. I do believe we might get a split central lane coming out from the Ghastly and the Darkrai. Ghastly does need to get to that Gengar evolution, but we've got a little Vaporeon invade coming out as well. Our first invade of the night. We actually got a double invade coming through. Maybe Rework Esport Core knew that there would be a share, but Eevee's going to make it away with the red buff, as Darkrai and Ghastly cannot afford to now split their EXP in that central lane.
Wow, that was a really interesting choice there. If they were actually splitting that central area, they would have had the control of that central area well before Rework got there. But instead, they were walking around together to try to share some of that experience, and that just ended up backfiring for them in a big way. So now you got 2 of your speedsters sitting at level 4, not nearly close enough to level 5 to really be able to make any impacts here in this next fight. Both of them now just hitting that level 5 mark. We've got 3 members of Rework Esport Core coming up to contest this in the top half.
And Dodo, on the other hand, has access to all of those buffs, but that Haunter is just going to go through with the Hex and just absolutely decimate the HP from Dodo. I mean, even if they got all access to all of those central area buffs, that Haunter with that Hex, it just does so much damage here, Husky.
This Leafeon down in the bottom path, they really need to try to get a little bit further ahead here. They really should be heading back into that central area as quickly as they can, and just now trying to get that level 6. But Mewtwo does secure that away here from this Leafeon. They're going to try to contest it here. It does get a berry, able to walk out for the time being. Just this Crustle now standing on this goal zone, trying to prevent their experience from being taken.
I mean, Aaron did a brilliant job just using those tackles to make sure that Leafeon doesn't have any kind of movement that it so loves to have. Ceruledge going to get access to level 7 here. I haven't seen what moves that it's playing just yet, but Vaporeon dangerously low, going to be hunted by the Darkrai. So is the Lucario, both going to get away, as the Regidrago is also going to be taken down by Mewtwo Y. 16 unanswered points for the side of Rework Esport Core, paying it a little bit patiently, even though they managed to get the advantage in that early game.
We've got that Dark Pulse and Shadow Claw Darkrai that we've been seeing quite a lot recently. The other moveset, the Dark Void Nasty Plot, got a little bit nerfed a while back, but this moveset got recently buffed, so it's kind of being played as a pseudo-attacker with this role, and we see it here. Big catch there on the Mewtwo Y. That's going to be big for Supernova. They are finally going to get some points on the board. Leafeon going to try to start stacking up their attack weight.
Yeah, but in the opposite lane as well, the KOs are going to rain in for Rework Esport Core. Whatever they get scored against them in the bottom lane, they're going to put in to the top lane as well, opting not to break and try and get some more. But another Registeel. We're seeing an abundance of these Registeels come through. Supernova going to go for this one. Haunter is going to be the one that secures, and it's going to march towards that tier 1 pad on the bottom side. Registeel is going to give them a buff, but I think Rework Esport Core might just let this walk in don't want to risk getting KO'd when there's 4 members of Supernova in that bottom path.
That's the first goal zone to be broken of the game here, and Supernova does have a little bit of a lead. It's not by a ton, but anything for them is going to be beneficial here. Darkrai trying to catch this Vaporeon, not quite able to put them to sleep, and Rework Esport Core not able to break this top path goal zone either. Leafeon just used a Unite move there and not get anything.
So.
Unfortunately, they're not able to take anything down with that Emerald 2-step.
Look, I'm also seeing on the Slowbro that it is a combination of Scald and Telekinesis to really hold them there, but Lucario is going to go into its Mega, try to get some attack damage on it to this Darkrai. It's going to go into its hidey hole and pop back out. Going to be safe there. Leafeon going to try and run away. No access to that Emerald 2-step. Used it a little bit early before. Now Darkrai going to go hunting, but into the Revenant Ren.
Wow.
Avoids it completely, but that's a great escape by Ceruledge. Infinite Cyberm does rain down. Gengar is here. It's at half health, but Rework Esport Core opting not to push this tier 1.
Avoiding the Revenant Ren was awesome there. Great micro play from the Darkrai, but unfortunately just not enough mobility to get away from Ceruledge entirely. Supernova is able to hold this goal zone for now. Big side strike from the Mewtwo Y. Here comes Vaporeon. Also used a Unite, or does have a Unite move in case Rework Esport 4 wants to push here. They very well could do so. That Flip Turn coming out trying to stun this Gengar, who does not have a Unite move anymore either. Both of these teams just kind of poking at each other and not really committing.
Yeah, poking and prodding is exactly what they do. While Lucario is getting some stacks and some points into that bottom pad, we see the nice block coming out from Leafeon to stop the Gengar from being hit by that side strike. Mewtwo is just going in and getting these side strikes locked on, then getting as far away as it can. The flip turn not going to be able to be blocked. It is a Regirock going to be available for both teams, and now we're going to get a little skirmish over this one. Darkrai's going to go into the hidey hole. Mewtwo is there. It's going to target the Gengar this time around. Gengar's trying to make it away. Hex is not going to do its job, but Leafeon going to be able to get a secure on the Regirock as Flip Turn looks for the Leafeon. Darkrai's going to look for the Vaporeon this time around. Block's got Leafeon out of the fray as we got the worst Nightmare coming through, and Vaporeon does get taken down by the Darkrai as well. Regieleki going to walk into tier 2, but Revenant Ren's going to come through and take out the Darkrai as Rework Esport Core going to try and push onto this tier 1.
Yeah, Gengar heads underground looking for their Unite move target as well. They do find the Mewtwo Y. They're going to try to come up. They do hit the Hex on top of them, immediately taken out of the backside by the Ceruledge. And it seems like if Supernova's getting one, then Rework Esport Core is getting more than one in some of these fights. But still, 189 to 101. We're just past the 4-minute mark now. Supernova can definitely come back in this game.
I feel like that Regieleki has been walking into that tier 2 for quite some time. 101 to 189 as Azalita is going to try and take some farm away from this Slowbro. The combination of Scald and Telekinesis is an interesting one, reducing the attack whilst also stunning them in place to allow your species to really hit their mark on them. Crustle's Rock Tomb doing a great job there. Vaporeon getting caught out, going to have to use its Unite move. I believe it used its Unite move to get out into the flip turn. Crustle is in a bother here, but they still got most of its team. There's Lucario getting jumped on by the Darkrai. Power Up Punch is going to stop it from getting stunned up. Ceruledge is in, does pick up the KO on the Slowbro as well. And these Pokemon are coming in and out of everywhere, Husky.
Yeah, big X Scissor, but the Crustle will be met with their demise from the Lucario. Still, Supernova holding on to this goal zone with 5 points in it. I feel like Rework Esport Core at this point is probably just waiting for an opportunity to grab a big overcap as both teams. We've been scrapping up here in the top path for a while. I feel like we haven't visited the bottom path for most of this game. Instead, everyone lining up to see what this objective is going to be in the next 5 seconds.
I mean, I'm hoping everyone wants it to be a Registeel because that could turn the tide of this game. It is a Reg Ice, the healing buff. I mean, Vaporeon would really like that. Azalita's going to go in with the Muddy Water. Is the Ceruledge is the one that's going to pick it up, and the buff coming up from Reg Ice is going to be very important. Can they finally get the work on this? Huge X-Scissor by the Crustle, but I thought they had to use the Rubble Rouser as well, but getting taken it down. So they are not going to have a very important Unite move heading on in to this main fight coming up in 10 seconds.
Wow, that is not a good time to use the Unite move there, unfortunately. Now you're down one Unite move, and you probably should have just let yourself get KO'd there instead. Probably was a panic Unite move situation. The rest of the team really wasn't there backing Ware up anyway, so not too much they can do here. Supernova has to be the team to make the engagement, but they're not very far behind. If they are able to get a couple picks, it could be really valuable for them.
I mean, they're just looking for the right time. There's the slow beam onto the Mega Lucario, followed by the Revenant Ren's going to hit multiple targets. Leafeon does manage to pick up a KO, but 4 members are down on the side of Supernova, and it's only Leafeon that's being chased down by a Snorlax that is left alive by Rework Esport Core. Wow, that popped off in a second, but first with the slow beam and then the Revenant Ren.
I mean, you got Lucario, but at what cost? The rest of the squad is there and ready to line you up in that Revenant Rend, taking everybody down. That was immediately Darkrai and Gengar to fall and Rework Esport Core. Gonna be able to secure game number 1. Supernova's like, we don't need to play out the rest of this game. They hit him with the GG. The final score, 189 to 136, and we're gonna go to a game number 2.
I mean, game number 2 is exciting. I think Rework Esport Core were very controlled in that one. A lot of the damage coming out from Dodo, really picking their spots and jumping in and at the right moments. A lot of the attention, I think, of Supernova was on that Mega Lucario and not the Cerule Edge. They were trying to pick up the Mega Lucario, as we saw with that slow beam on to the Mega Lucario, but then that just allowed Dodo to come in and really hit that Revenant Ren onto multiple targets and just slice through the majority of Supernova.
Yeah, what a game number 1 there for Rework Esports. Supernova definitely didn't look bad, but I'm not sure the triple speedster is going to be the way to go. Just too much experience that you have to funnel into 3 different Pokemon if you want to contest a lot of what Rework Esport Core has. And let's take a look at some of these replays now to show how we got to this position. And it was a lot of Rework Esport Core just winning these fights.
I mean, like you said, you mentioned it before, we spent a lot of time in this top pad. I mean, it was on 5, just let it go, get the experience back and come back into it. But I don't know, they wanted to keep this. They wanted to keep the positioning going. I don't know, maybe it was some kind of intent that, like, you know, the tier 1 on the side of Rework Esport Core hadn't been damaged at all. Something about keeping that tier 1 up on the top side for Supernova really felt, it felt hindrance at some points, but then also felt you know, it felt like it was a good choice at some points as well. So I don't know, just being this because there was no Regieleki on the top side, there we see the slow beam again on it to the Cerule Edge, but again not able to KO it.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there with the Gengar not being able to hex that Cerule Edge inside the Slowbro Unite. It looked like it should have gotten its resets there, but yeah, again, this top path, I think Cerule Edge went down once to score 50 in the bottom path, but everybody was just kind of up here the entire time. And this is where we see that Rework, looking for this secure, Cerule Edge is able to get it. I forget what that move is called. I think it's like Flame Charge, but
Flame Charge.
Yeah.
Flame Charge. No, Bitter Blade. No.
No, Bitter Blade they didn't have. Yeah, the
one that they charged, Flame Charge. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then we saw that really unfortunate Unite move by the Crustle. Great engagement from the Leafeon, but unfortunately just ripped apart by this Revenant Rend. I think, you know, I said earlier that speedsters, that Cerule Edge plays really well into a lot of speedsters, and I think we definitely saw that to be true in this game.
It is, and I'm interested to see how Supernova decide to come back into this one. Whether, you know, we did talk about their comp. It was 2 defenders and 3 speedsters. Unfortunately, so I mean, not unfortunately, we saw Darkrai get.
Well, unfortunately, I think unfortunately is the right call. I would say that, you know, we don't like. I would say, yeah, don't run that. Don't run triple speedster again. I don't think that they can get far enough ahead in the early game to make something like that work. Probably just go back, you know, maybe even double speedster if, you know, you absolutely need to. But I think you need a little bit of backline as well.
I mean, look, we talked about the early game where the buffs were taken away. We did see Alito get one of those buffs taken away, whilst the Gengar and the Darkrai were trying to share the middle area farm. So that felt like an issue. Also, we know Leafeon is very good in that central lane because it only has to take 1 buff, but then struggled a little bit towards that late game. So maybe we'll see a change up. But the bans seem almost exactly the same as game number 1, Mega Gyarados, Blissey, and Umbreon. Mega Charizard Y, Blastoise, and Psyduck being banned off as well. Is Bordy going to go for something a little bit different? Hovering over a first pick Espeon is definitely interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that the Crustle first pick is needed. I like this better for sure. I think that the Vaporeon is definitely stronger. I do absolutely love Crustle, but I feel like the first picking Crustle doesn't make as much sense as, we see it a little bit later in draft. But we do see Aaron go ahead and pick that up instead. They had the Vaporeon previously, so just kind of swapping defenders here. And I like this choice from Supernova, taking away the Ceruledge in case you do want to run some speedsters. You're not as hard count.
I mean, the Ceruledge was a big counter to them in that game, number one. So taking it away and also, showing them that, hey, it's our outer to see what we can do with the Ceruledge is going to be interesting to see what they go. Japa's going to big up the Espeon as well, as Azlita's going to go with the Eldegoss. So nice little more traditional comp coming out from the side of Rework Esport Core with the defender, the supporter, the attacker, and your all-rounder. I'm keen to see what they decide to round this out with Dodo. But also Mewtwo Y looking possibly to be taken away from Core again, as Mewtwo Y was quite helpful in that game, number one.
Yeah, Mewtwo Y definitely a solid backliner. I think that's a good call from them here to go with something that works in that backline. And then Talonflame, also a really solid speedster. Dodo rounding it out here with the Blaziken. Recently got some nerfs, but we still do see it come up here and there.
No, it did. I mean, it lost its Unstoppable on that overheat, but still a Pokemon in terms of the secure ability and its ability to influence fights across the board and across the map. Absolutely something that you do want to take into consideration. I do like Cascade's items here, really going for a tanky and attack-focused Mega Lucario with that Aeos Cookie. I'm not really sure if that's the common items that you see run on a Mega Lucario, but sorry, I just wanted to point that out, just because I haven't seen an Aeos Cookie used a lot in recent times.
Yeah, going for a little bit of a tankier Mega Lucario build just to add some of that extra benefit to stacking up an attack weight. I've seen it a couple times. I feel like I've seen more like maybe Muscle Band or even Bracer or Energy Amp I've seen a couple times on Mega Lucario as well. But last game we did see that double stacking as well. So they've been playing it. I guess it works for them. I love double stacking. I feel like if you're going to commit to stacking, like it can just be more fun if you're like double committing to it.
Commit the whole way. And especially, a Pokemon like Mega Lucario that's got the regenerative ability with that close combat as well. You're giving yourself more HP. You're giving yourself more ability to stay in those fights. I like it. It's just something I hadn't seen. So I thought, might as well talk about it. But as we head in to this game number 2, same situation going on once again. We got 2 members heading into that central lane for the side of Supernova. Only one going in for the side of Rework Esport Core. So Talonflame and Ceruledge going to be sharing a lot of that experience in that central lane.
Yeah, so I don't love this double central area. I know what the reason is. It's because, experience is shared more easily throughout different Pokemon. So I think they're just more worried about their team members getting to level 5 up in that top path. But I'm not super sure that I'm in love with that style. We'll have to see how it ends up working here. No level 5s just yet. Whereas we see Torchic getting into that Combuskin in their central area.
I mean, they're pretty close to level 5 on both sides. Just got to make sure they get the last of this farm. Maybe get some hits off to get those evolutions coming through. But they're very, very close, and they've still left those middle farms coming up the lane, have they? But now they've got Ceruledge, they've got a Fletchinder coming through, and they've got 4v4 inside this lane. We've got Espeon, we've got Combuskin, we got Mewtwo Y coming up. So 4v4 is going to pop off in this lane. The stored power is going to go on to the Mewtwo Y, and the Mewtwo Y is going to be the target of these attacks. Going to get away with the shield. The Scald is going to make sure the damage is reduced. The Bitter Blade going to come through alongside the Acrobatics, and Espeon is going to get felled by the Fletchinder. A nice turnaround does come through for Supernova this time around, with Mewtwo Y the only casualty of that skirmish.
Yeah, a little bit of an overextension there from the Mewtwo Y, but Rework Esport Core definitely losing their Espeon, probably not the way that they wanted to start this game. Looking for some secures here, and I'd like to see this Bitter Blade on the Ceruledge, just a little bit more of some burst damage to really draw out that backline.
Yeah, I can't wait to see how they go. Cerulege just going to try and deny any kind of farm coming through. We are seeing the Bitterblade, yep, coming through from Cerulege, an opposite moveset to what we saw in game number 1. Lucario is going to try and do their best on the other side to take some farm away, whilst Mewtwo is going to pressure this bottom side of Crustle and Espeon. Regidrago's attention is being turned to nice little Rock Tomb to warn them off, but Mewtwo can still hammer it down unless the stored power from the Espeon has anything to say about it. But the future side going to come through. It is Espeon that managed to secure beautiful Regidrago.
Wow, the future sight able to take that one. I don't know if they're going to be able to convert it into any points here, but that's definitely a good start for Rework. Gets them a little bit of extra team-wide experience. Now both squads in this bottom path, they do suss out this Blaziken. They have to back up here before they get KO'd by this Talonflame. The birds have hit the map. Vaporeon jumping in here. Good overheat by the Blaziken. Now they don't have it up to deal with this Talonflame. Nobody going down as both teams will go ahead and back away.
It seems like they're just jostling for position in this lane. Talonflame does go in, but gets caught by the X-Scissor and KO'd by the Espeon. The flip turn is going to be avoided. There's the future sight! 2 KO streak coming out for the side of Japer on that Espeon. They're going to turn their attention to that Regieleki.
Yeah, I think what we saw, I think we did see like a reset there from the Espeon as well on the future site. It's an interesting mechanic. We don't see the moveset played a ton, the stored power future site, but if you KO with a future sight, I think, then you get like an extra stored power, or like you get move cooldown resets, or I don't remember exactly how it works, but it's a harder mechanic to get to happen because you have to actually get some KOs, but it is fun to see when it does happen.
Japer has played this Espeon before. They are very, very skilled on it, so they must know all the timings for it, as well as the resets on how they work and the cooldown time is coming through. But we got 81 to Donuts, but as I say that, they're going to score 50 into the bottom pad, and a 30 is going to come through, but it's going to be interrupted by the Crosser. Are they going to get they're going to stop the Cerulege? Blaziken is going to get caught by the Side Strike, and the overheat's going to come on to the Talonflame. Are they going to get KO'd? It takes 3 people to KO Blaziken in at that bottom part. Talonflame going to take to the sky. Going to have to pop out the Unite move right into the wall to make sure they get away from Japer and that dangerous future side.
Yeah, I mean, unless you can get in on this Espeon, it's just going to be doing a ton of sure hit damage in that backline. We do see the Side Strike come out there from the Mewtwo, but I feel like it's always surprising how much stored power actually ends up doing to some of these teams. And if it does hit on top of a Mewtwo Y or a Talonflame, that is some really consistent damage that's definitely going to hurt.
Yeah, I agree with you 100%. Cross will corner out in no man's land, just being shredded down by the Mewtwo Y, but wants to make sure they put damage on to this Vaporeon. Lucario topside, Cerulege topside as well, trying to score, gets stopped by Blaziken. There are fights going on all over the map as either team is trying to get some kind of control and some kind of pressure on the other team. 50 to 194. Blaziken picks up a KO on the Cerulege in the meantime. So now inside this bottom lane, as we got the next objective about to spawn in 6 seconds, there's going to be a little bit of an advantage for the side of Rework Esports Core, but Cerulege is back up to close that advantage out quickly.
Yeah, I mean, the levels are pretty close together, right? You've got 2 level 11s, and you've got some Unite moves on either side. Just depends on how they're going to end up using it. Good fly from the Talonflame. We'll go ahead and settle on landing on the Crustle. Unite move from Mewtwo Y comes out, but not a ton of people get stunned. Huge hindrance resistance into the Crustle. Unite move to avoid that Flame Sweep coming down. Cloud Crash will heal up the squad as Regieleki getting chipped down. Espeon looks for a secure with the Psychic Solaire, but it is going to be the Mewtwo Y sending that toward the Tier 1 goal zone for Supernova.
And we saw exactly what happened in game number 1. It was a slow beam onto the Mega Lucario with the combination of the Revenant Rend that actually took out the Mega Lucario. They did go Mega, but did not get to use it at all, as Rework Esports Core just going to rip this Regieleki down, turn their attention to top side. They have got control of this map. All of their tier 1s are up. They're 152 points in the lead going into... No, that can't be right. I'm not even going to try to do math this time, right? Am I right? Oh, yeah. I am right.
50, 150 is 100, 50 more 200. Yeah, 152.
That's what I thought. That's why I was like, a simple math. It can't be right. As we do the simple math and the Registeel is taken off the board once again, we see another future sight come through, but Espeon Japer's not going to be able to get away from that. 50 is the only thing that's going to go into this basement lane, though, Husky, as they try to narrow this score gap.
You know, I have noticed that Rework likes to spread out a lot all over the map, so they tend to, you know, either leave this Espeon alone or leave this Lucario alone. And Supernova has done a really good job of capitalizing on that because their Pokemon, their Cerulege, especially, you've got Talonflame they're way better at fighting alone than some of these Pokemon on rework. So they've been doing a good job of picking up KOs where they can, like catching this Espeon out. But here we see Bordy trying to run away from this Espeon now, about half HP. It was a good option to try to score some points, but not quite able to do it.
No, I mean, J-Pop would have chased, but seeing the Vaporeon there to cover as well, definitely a good idea to back off of that chase down on to thing. But we see Cascade only level 10 here, barely going to hit level 11 going through, heading on into this final fight. Really wants to get a few more levels on, but with only 30 seconds to go until the objective spawns, I don't know if that's going to happen. As we've got some points heading on into the top path, that's going to make this central fight that's coming up in 20 seconds a lot more interesting, because right now we got 218 to 219, a 1-point difference as Rework Esport Core takes a Regieleki heading on into this final fight. Groudon's going to spawn very, very soon. A 1-point difference. This is very close.
Oh, they're already going to start out the fight here. Mewtwo Y does hit a Unite move. Nobody goes down just yet as Rework tries to move in. Ceruledge does hit a huge Revenant Rem, but it hits the Psychic Solaire at the same time. Mega Lucario comes out, and the first one to fall is this Espeon. Mega Lucario falls to the Slow Beam as well. Now 2 are down for Rework Esport Core. Make it 3 down, and I don't know if Supernova's going to be able to capitalize on it with the Blaziken still there, but Rework down to only 2 members, and can they take the Groudon before this Blaziken jumps in? You do have the Overheat charging up, Blaziken jumps in, but it is the fly from the Talonflame to get the secure Supernova. Gonna try to take this one to a game number 3.
They are going to try and take this to a game number 3, but Rework Esport Core is only about 20 points in the lead. Can they do it? The scores can be interrupted. Talonflame has the ability to go high and go and score somewhere else, but they're just going to try and push this pad. There's a score in from the Ceruledge. They've taken the lead right now. No KOs, but KOs are going on to the side of Supernova. They've taken down 2 members. Lucario and Crossel are going to go down as well. With 1 minute still on the board, the Espeon's going to be chased down. Is Baldy going to be able to get away? They are going to be able to get away on a low amounts of health with 57 seconds left to go, about 160-ish odd points left in this game. They have 51 seconds to push this with only a Blaziken Unite move on deck for the side of Rework Esport Core.
And nobody was taken down on Supernova either, so no buffs were transferred over. Blaziken will go in, try to pull away. Talonflame does hit a fly, but it's not going to hit anybody enough. Overheat comes out, hits nobody. Nobody from Rework quite ready to go in just yet, but there goes the Mega Lucario. They're going to jump in. Can they make it happen? Big engagement onto the Slowbro, but they get away. No, they will go down here. They do have a Slow Beam available, but they went down before they could use it. 19 seconds, 15 seconds left, and they still need some more points in.
I mean, they got a 40 in. Can they see what else they can go? Mewtwo, Mega Lucario is dangerously low. The Reverend Ren's going to come in as well. Incredibly close. The 21's going to go in as well. Oh, no, it's not. Yes, it is. The 20 is going to go in, but I don't think that's going to be enough because Talonflame went to the other side and scored into the home pad. That's going to be incredibly close, but I still think Supernova is going to be the one to take away that win here, Husky.
No, it's not going to be enough, definitely. Only those 21 points went in for Rework at the end there, so still over 100-point lead for Supernova. Wow, another team getting their first win of the tournament today after a very well-played endgame fight, and I think the common thing for both of these teams getting a win when they didn't have one before is a very weak engagement from the other side, and they just weren't able to pull it back after that Mewtwo went in, committed to that fight. Big Slow Beam as well, and Supernova taking game number 2.
A lot of especially in that game number 1 that we saw, and then it's now game number 2, the Revenant Wren's coming out from Ceruledge really making the difference with the multiple hits that it was able to generate on each team in both of those fights. So, you know, they're doing really well. Both Dodo and Bordy showing the real strengths of Ceruledge, both playing the different movesets coming out as well. But again, that Ceruledge is really making the difference for each team here, Husky.
Yeah, the Ceruledge looked fantastic both games, and I also think that not going the triple speedster was definitely a good call for Supernova in game number 2. The Talonflame looked great as well, and then the Ceruledge just really carried a lot of those fights for them, and the Mewtwo Y as well, just not really being touched in the backline. There wasn't really anything that can get back there to actually deal with it, so we can see it here positioning just behind everybody, not really engaging where they shouldn't have, and Supernova was also able to capitalize off of a lot of positioning mistakes from Rework throughout that game, and there we see the Mewtwo Y securing that objective with a huge Psy Strike.
I love the slow motion that we're able to see in some of these fights, but here is the pop off coming through. Mega Lucario just in ridiculous straights before the objective even spawned, walks in to the Revenant Ren, gets taken down, but then has to power up punch its way through, already on a ridiculously low amount of health. But and again, I'm just wondering, how much can you actually do at that amount of health? There you go. We're seeing the close combats come off. The Vaporeon goes through. It got slow beamed again. That was 3 slow beams onto the Mega Lucario, just really not allowing it to do anything in that fight. And then we saw Bordy's Revenant Ren was just kind of crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great call from Supernova to go in for this team fight when Rework just wasn't ready for it. The Blaziken did have a good overheat, but it was the Talonflame that ends up getting that secure. You can really see with a lot of these players that are used to playing Blaziken, you can see how they line up the overheat, and they're kind of lining it up pre-nerf when it did even more damage, and they're just a little bit early with some of these secures.
I'm also curious because we also saw the Scald go onto the Blaziken beforehand. I'm wondering if that reduced amount of damage onto Blaziken was also a reason why the damage wasn't there, because we saw it was very close between the overheat and the fly coming down to try and secure either one. But the Scald there coming out is a really interesting take because, you know, I think it was Scald plus telekinesis as well. So really reducing the amount of damage, especially if you can get the Scald onto a Lucario. And, you know, getting a Scald onto a Lucario shouldn't be too hard because it wants to stay in there and brawl with you. So you're reducing the amount of damage that it's able to output. Yeah,
the Scald looked really good. It's not thought of as like the move, I feel like, but when it does come out, you know, we see that damage reduction and that slow can really be devastating depending on your team composition. So I imagine that Supernova will want to prioritize that pick again.
It's interesting. I think definitely bringing the Slowbro back in is I think a high priority for the side of Supernova. It's worked so well in these past couple, in the last 2 games. But now we're going to head back to the Kyogre map. Mega Gyarados going to get banned off alongside Mega Charizard. Why? I know we've had the same band in the last 2 games, so I'm assuming it's going to be business as usual, as Blissey and Umbreon probably going to join it, and then Blastoise and Psyduck on the other side.
Yeah, the Psyduck ban is definitely a good call. They will instead, the Supernova, instead of banning out the Umbreon that they had previously, they're going to ban out that Mega Lucario. They don't want to deal with it again. They don't want to have to use their slow beams on just one Pokemon the entire time. They're just going to get rid of it. Instead, Rework Esport Core is going to ban that Umbreon. Setting Supernova up, yep, they are going to grab that Psyduck.
I mean, that makes sense. If a Pokemon is being banned up against you, as soon as it becomes available, you're definitely going to go for it. Psyduck's such an important Pokemon, you know, allowing for that damage reduction and that displacement, as Lido's going to pick up the Vaporeon again for their side, which got taken away from them in the previous game. Crossover this time around as well. But we're seeing a different core come through because even though we're going to see a Charcadet, we are going to see the different evolution come through, which is going to be that Armarouge.
Interesting, and it is running the tankier move set, at least the items seem to lead me to believe that this is a Flame Charge, Fire Spin, Armarouge setup, so kind of more that brawler all-rounder style of Pokemon. Rework Esport also going to change it up a little bit. We've got Cascade going for this Zacian in the face of their Mega Lucario being banned out, and Japa, instead of that Espeon that they've been good on the past that last game, they're going to go ahead and lock in this Inteleon.
I was very confused as to what Cascade was going to play this thing, because you cannot see the Pokemon at all in that artwork. But, you know, you see the Rusted Sword there in its item slot. Again, I'm looking at Dalem on this Leafeon against a straight counter for this Inteleon that Japa's gone for. We saw last time Inteleon was being played by Danny that a Leafeon was a great counter to it. Again, just an Emerald 2-step just eviscerates that the poor Bubble 07 just trying to complete its mission. But Dodo's also going to pick up what is hovered over as a Scyther, but just looking at those items here, Husky, that feels more like a Scyther build for me.
Yeah, I would say for sure that's a Scyther. Usually for Scissor, you see some sort of tanky item. It definitely could be. It's got a full heal on. But I think generally, seeing as we have some special attack coming out from the Armarouge, the Mr. Mime, the Psyduck, probably Scissor isn't the one that you're going to want to lock in here. I could be wrong. I've seen it before, and I'm wrong a lot. But Yeah, it's gonna be interesting. Also, I need to go back to Bubble 07. That's crazy. I've never heard that.
You've never heard Bubble 07?
I haven't.
Wow.
I feel like I've heard it. I feel like I've heard it all from Kyle with the puns, but Bubble 07's ridiculous.
So I've heard James Pond. I've heard everything else.
James Pond is the one I've seen.
Yeah. So Bubble 07 reporting for duty. Yeah, I love Bubble. I cannot believe you never heard Bubble 07.
No, I've
haven't.
Said it. That's so good.
I'm sure I've said it on cast many times before, but oh man.
But I'm just a fake fan. Yeah, it's so good.
I didn't say that. But, Bubble 07. I'm not going to claim that I came up with it, but, I'll claim it for now. But as we head on in to this map, again, another sharing of central lane going on for the side of Supernova. It worked well for them previously in game number 2, not so well in game number 1. But Azalito going to go for that invade with the Vaporeon.
I mean, their goal is just to get both of their carries to level 5 as quickly as possible. And if you take experience away from the top path, then you can do that. And I think that's kind of what the trade-off is for them. And Vaporeon will be able to take away this red buff and walk away. So now even more difficult for both of these Pokemon to hit that level 5.
Yeah, it's crazy that Azalito was just allowed to do that, considering they saw that happen in game number 1. They didn't go for the stop, but Scyther is here as well. And Scyther at level 5 coming out of a central lane is quite dangerous, especially up against a Charcadet that might not be allowed to evolve. But Zacian almost getting caught here. Could go down, does go down with the assistance of Torchic and Charcadet. So both of those Pokemon are closer to their level 5 now. And Azalito also getting caught by the wall. Evolutions abound as Armarouge is on site.
Yeah, and so is that Scyther. They're going to be looking to take away a lot of that experience, and they will be able to get some, but you kind of expect a Scyther gank from central area to do a little bit better, to put a little bit more damage up there, but it is difficult going into a Fire Spin Armarouge.
I mean, Fire Spin plus a Mr. Mime walls that just don't let you move. Scyther is a Pokemon that relies heavily on just the movement that dual Wing Beat allows it to have. But Azalito is going to go one-on-one here with the Psyduck as they're going to fight over for this red buff. Azalito is going to take it one more time, but might get caught off by Armarouge, but decides, nope, that's not where they want to spend their attention. 11 points only on the board. Donuts for Rework Esport Core. 6 seconds until we see a Regidrago.
Yeah, they are going to be moving, Rework Esport are going to be moving into that central area instead. They're going to leave Regidrago alone instead, try to see if they can make anything happen up here in this top path. It's going to be difficult with Fire Spin on that Armarouge because it does do that area effect damage, and that can be difficult if you're a Scyther trying to deal with a Pokemon quickly, and then you're also taking a ton of damage at the same time. So nobody going down up here in this top push. Instead, Rework Esport going to be taking this Regidrago.
Nice little distraction there by Azalito as Mr. Mime, Combuskin, and Armarouge were making their way down to the Regidrago. Azalito just decided to jump on them, give the side of Rework Esport Core a little bit more time to really secure that Regidrago down. But here we go. This is where the Fire Spin is coming through with the assistance of Mr. Mime. It's such a problem to deal with, but separate them and you might be able to get a KO. The Fire Spin comes back up, and now Rework Esport Core just have to back off. I really like this combo of the Mr. Mime and the Armarouge here, Husky.
Yeah, we've got the power swap on it as well, so continuing to heal up this Pokemon. They are turning this Armarouge into a raid boss, and I don't know if Rework Esport Core is prepared for it. Regice has spawned up here in this top path, gonna look for a secure. Vaporeon jumps in, but it is gonna be that Leafeon. Doesn't quite have a Unite move. Nobody does for Supernova just yet. Oh, there it is. Leafeon does have a Unite move now, so they could look for an engagement here, but looks like instead they're just gonna back off.
I mean, backing off here could be the right call, especially you said they do have a raid boss, but also an even better decision here is to go into that central lane and take away these buffs from the side. That's a big Crossel X Scissor into the Rock Tomb, but the Fire Spin is just shredding everybody down. The Psycho Boom! As I do believe Mr. Mime went down. No, it goes back to the central lane. Just KOs coming in left, right, and center.
Scyther, though, comes back in, is able to take down that Armarouge, which if they didn't, we probably would have seen a huge push there from Supernova after they definitely won that fight for the most part. So they won't be able to get any points in off of it, but I don't really think they mind. That fight went very well. They did lose Armarouge, but they can definitely bring it back.
I mean, seeing the amount of damage that the fire spin, I thought they got caught out by the crosser, but it all came working around to their favor with this power swap, Mr. Mime. The damage is just too much, and the sustainability, but the snipe shots raining down from downtown are going to provide a little bit of assistance to make sure that this Armor Rouge can't keep trouncing forward like the raid boss that it is.
Yeah, it looks so tanky. And then even if you do deal with Armor Rouge, you also have to worry about this Leafeon, this Blaziken. They're also doing a ton of damage to them. Walk in here, Overheat goes a little bit wide. Not able to get anything done. But on the same time, Rework Esport Core is a very tanky team composition. They've got a Vaporeon and a Crustle that are making up that front line.
Yeah, I agree, but there's also so much stun and disruption coming out from the side of Supernova alongside those side shocks coming through. It looks like Leafeon is the one that's going to be targeted, tries to get the Emerald 2-step off, and now that's going to be a 4v5 situation into this top side. Crustle's Rock Tomb is going to try and isolate the Blaziken away as well, stop it from doing any damage. Psyduck going to pull it back through. Psycho Boom does come down as well along the Infinite Side. The Green Emerald Dive comes out from Scyther as well, but they're just absorbing all of this with the Fire Spin, and there goes the Crustle as well. Mr. Mime picks up the KO on Zacian, and it seems like that fight has gone the way of Supernova.
Yeah, the snipe shot though could come out here. Scyther is going to walk in, but huge stun from the Psyduck, but it is still going to be the Inteleon to pull that out. Great capture of the Registeel by them. The snipe shots are really hitting here, and Supernova really doesn't have anything that's focusing on this Inteleon right now. That could be the win condition for this squad.
I mean, the brawling nature of the side of Supernova, yeah, you're right. They're not focusing on the Inteleon. The crits are coming through. Vaporeon finally goes down. But this core, this Armor Rouge, Mr. Mime, and Psyduck is proving to be too strong to deal with. I haven't seen this Armor Rouge fall below half health in so long. 40 is just enjoying being walked around by this Mr. Mime on that power swap.
Yeah, just put it on a leash and walk it around Thea Sky Ruins. Just a little bit of a dog walk for you. And just not going down at all. We do see off-screen Blaziken does secure that Regidrago for the squad, so just a little bit more of a bump to experience here. Now trying to jump into the face of Inteleon. We do see 40 points trying to go in here from this Mr. Mime. Not going to be able to make it. Here comes the Scyther. They do use the Unite Move. Armor Rouge finally going down here. What a great pick for Rework Esport Core.
And there, look, that Crustle Rock Tomb was able to wall them off as well to stop that Mr. Mime from getting away. Now there's 4 members here, but Blaziken and Psyduck are not a wall that you want to take lightly. Inteleon is trying to hit these snipe shots to try and get this damage low, but Leafeon is also here. Got to be wary. It still has access to that Emerald 2-step, which could delete this Inteleon off the map. We're already, with 3 minutes left, heading on into the final stretch. Husky at 66 to 132. Once again, all the fights seem to be inside this top lane. Leafeon going to take a quick trip back to Nurse Joy.
Wow, Zacian just living on the enemy side of the map here, and we saw that Supernova did really well in that early game, but they're kind of seeming like they're falling apart here in the late game. And I do want to point out this Vaporeon. It's not letting the Leafeon anywhere near that Inteleon in that backside. So Inteleon's just been able to unpunished throw snipe shots all over the map, and nobody can really do anything about it. With 2 minutes and 30 seconds left, Regice has hit this top path, and looks like both teams going to try to chip at it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Vaporeon is right in front of everybody. We see Dodo trying to make their way through. I want to see who they want to catch on. They definitely want to catch on to this Armor Rouge, but we do have Zacian being caught out with 10 seconds left to go. Psycho Boom has to be used as well, alongside the Infinite Side. Whilst Rework Esport Core are trying to retreat, the snipe shots are hitting on to the Armor Rouge. The Showtime's going to come out to stun out the Inteleon as well. 1 member down. Zacian is almost back. Leafeon's got a lot more of a timer. Crustle Rock Tomb comes out as well to secure the KO on the Armor Rouge, and Rework Esport Core looking good right now, heading on to this final minutes.
Great play by the Scyther to make sure that they could come in and clean that up before it got too dangerous. I liked the engagement from Supernova, but it definitely didn't go as well as we saw it go last time, as they didn't remember that the Scyther was there. And there they come again, another big KO on the Mr. Mime. And the Psyduck also now very low. Blaziken goes down, Psyduck goes down, now 3 down for Supernova. Rework Esport Core going to consider going after this Kyogre.
I mean, they're trying to go after the Kyogre, but Armarouge can make its way back in. We did get a KO on the Vaporeon. Azalita goes down, but does not matter. It is going to be Japer that secures the Kyogre for the side of Rework Esport Core. Now they got to get some points in and increase this lead. 232 to 66. Scyther could get caught out here, and that's the last thing you want. You don't want them to get a buff, but Scyther's trying to make its way back to the buff. Gets stunned by the side shot, going to get taken down, but the Rock Tomb is there to make sure their path is caught off here. Husky.
All things considered, Supernova is not that far behind. They need a couple of good dunks in. And Rework Esport Core really didn't go for a push on their goal zones. Instead, they're going to try to defend. Blaziken caught out here by the Zacian, trying to go in. Big Psycho Boom comes down from the Armarouge. Can they get some points in? The Psyduck looking for it here, but they're stopped by their own passive. Blaziken looking for 36. They will be able to get it. And an overcap with the Psyduck also scoring. Now 194 to 232. Inteleon scoring on the back line. Is it going to be enough for Supernova to push in here?
This is going to come down real close. 17 seconds left to go. Only one member down for the side of Rework Esport Core. That tier 2 is gone. There's still 40 points in this one. Mr. Mime is making a march towards that lane. And as we go through, can the Armarouge get 10 in? The Armarouge managed to get 20. And the Blaziken got 28 in as well, Husky.
Yeah, Blaziken did get a couple points in. I don't know. That's a tough one. I think I actually don't know who's ahead. I don't know. They got a lot of points in. We're gonna see it pop up here. Oh! Supernova! It's Supernova 342 to 332, a 10-point lead. That last score from Blaziken really mattered there. Supernova going to take a huge upset from Rework Esport Core.
Wow, what an end to that match. That was an absolutely brilliant ending. I mean, Supernova went down at that Kyogre fight, but then to come back and just go on the offensive, Rework Esport Core, they did get the extra 100 in from Japer, and they actually had the better of the Kyogre fights, but no, this game 3, this set is going to go to Supernova on the back of Teeps on that Blaziken, sneaking in that 29. Holy.
So well played there from Supernova as well to go for the double cap on that tier 1 goal zone. And I think that Rework really messed up there by not just allowing that tier 1 goal zone to go down. Those 100 points that they were potentially able to get in on that goal zone weren't really going to matter for them. They needed to just put all of their effort into defending tier 2 instead, but they lost a buff or two trying to defend on that tier 1 goal zone, and I really think that ultimately ended up being what led to their loss, even if by only 10 points. But what an exciting set here. Supernova going to completely upset one of the top teams, and they're going to force a loss out of them after an insane set. Let's look at these replays.
Yeah, look, again, it was just the Mr. Mime and the Fire Spin that was doing such a brilliant job. Dodo finding some great picks, and I think it took a little while for Rework Esport Core to really get into this game and actually figure out how to counter this Armarouge into the Mr. Mime as well. Again, Japer was doing a fantastic job hitting these snipe shots from down the line, but Azalito on that Vaporeon doing a brilliant job providing that front line, and this... Again, with this 40 could have gone in, and then the Unite moves, distracting, going for the Armarouge, and taking the KO on the cross, which is great teamwork altogether from Rework Esport. But the last few minutes of this is where it went down, because I thought this was going to be it. The Zacian going down, they had the team coming through, but a lot of Unite moves used, but then, again, Rework Esport Core managing to survive a lot of it.
Yeah, Vaporeon using the Unite move there right as the Psychic was about to pull them away was definitely a huge moment. I thought as soon as the Scyther got these KOs, they chased Leafeon down into the back line and then showed back up in the top path with the Unite move still active. So they took out the two most prominent carries, and Supernova was just dropping like flies, not even able to get that Vaporeon there. I feel like pre-nerf Blaziken absolutely would have, but it really seemed like Rework Esport Core won that fight. They took down Blaziken, they took down Psyduck, there were 3 down, started to chip at this Kyogre, easily were able to secure it, and then Supernova was able to bring it back. 40 not even able to get anywhere close to that objective.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering, they did score in both in the tier 1 and the tier 2, and then the Japer goal went in. Again, this is where it all came down. Zacian getting caught, Aaron getting caught as well. and that tier 2 going down, very, very unfortunate for the side of Rework Esports Core. Scyther dropping and just using it straight into the Green Emerald dive. We see it chase down the Leafeon. But again, I'm thinking that Green Emerald dive, Green Emerald dive onto these two right here that are making their way through would have been a more useful use of resources coming through.
Yeah, Scyther was just really far out there. They did get some KOs and they were really valuable, but I wonder if it would have been better to instead go just in on the two Pokemon that were near it, and then this Blaziken. Oh my god, they almost were stopped there. Those 28 points that ended up being the game winner for Supernova. That's crazy. That is an insane game that we just watched.
It's a fantastic game that we actually watched, but I think you and I need to take a little bit of a breather because we still have one more set of games for us to end off the night, and that's going to come up as soon as we get back. So grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack, and me and Husky will be right back. See you guys very soon. Welcome back, everybody, to the EUL Masters. My name is Lobo. I'm joined by the ever so wonderful Husky Star. Holy Husky, I'm still trying to comprehend what we saw at the end of that last game.
Yeah, that was absolutely ridiculous. I'm sure that Supernova's feeling really good about the way that that ended, and they can kind of use that momentum to move forward. But we've still got another game, and this, I thought was going to be the most highly contentious game of the evening because these two teams are currently tied for that 5th place slot. It is MTZ Esports, and thank you, Toto.
I mean, so super excited. MTZ Esports, I had a chance to chat with them and play a few games with them as well not too long ago. They're one of the most creative teams, I would say. They really love, especially Amara with that Tinkerton coming through, and now with the buffs coming through, maybe we'll get to see it played even more. But also, there you go, Amara, Knight, MDR, Gaddy, and Haru. Absolutely wonderful young team of players, getting to chat to them. They're just all about enjoying the game and enjoying the fact that they get to play their favorite Pokemon on a MOBA style map. So very easy to support this team and get behind a group of young players that are trying to make their waves in this competitive scene.
Yeah, they always play some interesting picks, and it's always fun to see what they're going to pull out. And let's look at the other team for this match. Thank you, Toto. They are an interesting squad as well. Did we see them already? I'm sorry, I wasn't.
No, I don't think we've seen them.
Okay. They don't have a profile. They had a bit of a roster change, so let me read that. A lot of players. It's basically a complete roster rework. So they now have Brutal, Keep, Vaksho, Yampi, and S-Stark as their main squad. So because they changed their roster, it's considered that they're going to be starting 0-3 despite winning one match, and their original record was 1-2, but they changed a ton of their roster. So because they've changed most of it here, we are going to be considering that they are 0-3. So it's basically like DC's ship. Like, this is a completely different team.
No, and that's good. I mean, it's going to be fun for MTZ Esports to come through and try and make a dent into this team. Thank you, Toto. They definitely want, with a new look squad, they want to make sure that they start off on the right foot. And of course, those bans, Blastoise, definitely one of those ones that are going to be banned up. The Megas, Mega Charizard Y, Mega Lucario, probably the two strongest Megas currently in the format. We're never going to see Mega Charizard be allowed out because it's just so strong right now. And then the supports, Psyduck, and then Galarian Rapidash is an interesting one to get banned out. Don't know if that's a target ban or just people don't want to deal with it right now. But we've got our first picks. Haru going to go with the Umbreon, MDR on that Miraidon, and Amara going to pick up the Darkrai. More classic style comp coming out from the side of MTZ Esports.
All right, and then the other side, we've got Giampi on this Mew, and we've got Vaporeon, of course, coming out, because why wouldn't it? Vaporeon has been ridiculous all tournament, and they're not looking to stop it. Vaksho gonna lock in this Trevenant. I'm pretty sure I remember this player being really, really good on that Trevenant, so that's not surprising. What is a little surprising is seeing this Buzzwole come out.
The two first look Pokemon as well. Buzzwole still was one of those primary top laners, especially if you paired it with that Eldegoss earlier on in the preseason as well. So I'm interested to see how that comes through. It can go very, very strong once it gets rolling. It's very, very hard to stop the big bug from squashing everything in its way. Gaddy's going to pick up Blissey, and Knight's going to go with a Glaceon as well. I mean, the sure hit moves are always a wonder that they are always just picked over anything else. Glaceon just has that ability to hit you as hard as possible. And the first time we're going to see a Mega Charizard X come to the fray from Keep. I don't know. For me, I've just been seeing these Mega Charizard X just not performing as well as they should be on these competitive stages. It feels a little bit more underwhelming than it should be right now, Husky.
Yeah, it is interesting because this thing was absolutely broken when it was first released. It got a little bit of a nerf, and then Mega Charizard Y came out, and it's even more broken than its brother Mega Charizard X. But we are seeing it here. It's definitely not been prioritized, probably the least prioritized Mega that we currently have in the game, even under Mewtwo X in a lot of situations. But this time we will be seeing it. It could be pretty good into the double attacker composition that MTZ has lined up.
I mean, I'm seeing that the incense coming up onto the Glaceon as well with that front line of the Vaporeon and the Trevenant that, just so good at keeping themselves sustained, being able to take away any kind of, even just a little bit of healing and sustain that those frontline Pokemon have is going to be highly useful. I assume that we're going to see the Icicle Spear moveset instead of the Icy
probably.
Wind moveset. Yeah, just because of the Shred, of course. If you have it, why not use it?
Yeah, I mean, we could potentially see the Icy Wind if it's going central area. I feel like if it's being played as more of an attacker, we see the Icicle Spear. But Icy Wind is pretty good. We've seen an NA IX Gaming run it a couple times. But we will see here, it's got that pretty little hollow air on in game number 1 of the last set we're going to see today.
I mean, yeah, last set. But again, we're seeing a sharing of the central lane, which makes sense when you've got an Eevee. Get that Eevee till it's level 4, and then Darkrai can probably take the rest of that central lane. Miraidon Blissey is such an interesting pair. We usually see Miraidon paired with your defender in the bottom lane. However, they're going to be pushed with the Mew because probably one of the best secures early game is that mythical Pokemon.
Yeah, it does have a lot of options for that early secure. We most often see this Electro Ball being taken as that first move, but sometimes we also see that Solar Beam. Either way, both are really good secures, and they do really well in that early path. We do see MTZ now coming up into that top path, trying to contest this Buzzwole and this Vaporeon, but they are a bit too tanky.
Look, Glaceon's interesting as well in the terms of an evolution. It does need 6 to really become useful, in all honesty, because it gets access to that Ice Shard, unlike any of the other evolutions. However, we got 3 in this top lane. Charmeleon is here to help out as well, but it does not want to Fire Punch its way into any of that burst combination that MTC have got going. But Mew is here to help out as well, as it looks like Thank You To Do want to try and take some advantage, but the Icicle Spear is going to put big damage on everybody, and Mew almost being taken out by the Darkrai, and Vaporeon's going to take the KO instead.
Yeah, Vaporeon just sacrificing themselves there. They would definitely rather be the one to go down as opposed to that Mew in that situation. So instead, Mew just going to, in their little German boy outfit, gonna head back into their base and look for some more experience. So far, only 1 point has been scored.
That's crazy that 1 point has been scored. Phantom here almost gotten that big evolution, but that mean look is going to be a big problem. But Mew is here. That enhanced charge beam is not going to be enough because Trevenant is going to get that evolution with that branch poke. And wow, Mew is going to put on the pressure onto the Haru with this Umbreon.
Yeah, I mean, Voxshow on the Trevenant is a classic pick, and Trevenant is so strong. It has so much CC and disposition opportunity. The question is going to be, are they going to be able to get in on some of these difficult picks here? Enhanced Charge Beam, going to look to take this Regidrago, but no, it is going to be that Buzzwole, other Pokemon with some solid security. Did we see what Buzzwole picked? Is it Superpower or is it Leech Life?
I haven't had a chance to have a look. It just seems to be throwing hands, which is exactly what Buzzwole likes to do. Nice disposition coming from the Wood Hammer as the Fire Punch goes in from Keep. This enhanced charge beam is just going to shred everyone down. It's going to be a good, interesting way to see how the mean look comes into play when it comes to this Mega. The Icicle Spears are going to shred down the Vaporeon and get sent back to Nurse Joy. 75-0 as MTZ looking to take a nice lead, heading on in and break this tier 1 before the objective decide to spawn.
Yeah, they're going to break it with not a very big overcap, but right now MTZ trusting their bottom path to handle everybody showing up on Thank You Toto down here towards this Regieleki fight. Easily going to be able to take this Regirock, now boosting their defense for a little while, and that's going to set them up perfectly to try to take on this Regieleki.
I mean, a Regirock is really, really good for the team that MTZ Esports have got going. They do have a bit of squish coming on. Mega Charizard is on the board as Glaceon sets the Icicle stage and now just shreds down that Vaporeon. Are they going to get access to this Mega Charizard? It's going to go into its Mega form. Voxshow is going to get caught in the mean look as Mega Charizard X just has to run away from all of the damage that's being outputted by this Glaceon and this Miraidon. Mew can only throw a Solar Beam in hopes that it might hit something, but nope, MTZ are going to keep on the pressure.
I think we're kind of seeing why this Mega Charizard X has not been highly prioritized. See a big overcap there, and it did have its Mega, but it really wasn't able to get anything done, especially against this Glaceon with a ton of Shred. It doesn't have the burst damage to take it out before it can do the damage that it needs to do to that Pokemon.
Yeah, look, Keep's going to get a score of 40 in as Darkrai's going to go in onto this boss with a combination with the Miraidon is going to ensure that the big beefy bug does not get to survive. We do have Safeguard coming out from the Blissey, which is a nice catch here because it does help avoid any of the stuns that are going to come out from the side of thank you, Toto. But 198 to 72. MTZ rolling in this one right now. They want to keep the pressure on, but Voxo wants to get something started, and maybe they go for a score, or maybe they go for a catch out. But they're going to get cornered here by MTZ.
Yeah, I mean, they did hit the Horn Leech, but a big safeguard prevents that from doing any real damage. Mean Look is definitely mean, and it will trap Voxo. Darkrai ultimately getting credit for that KO. Thank you, Toto. Seems to be losing a lot of these fights, but if we take a look at the levels here, they are not behind at all.
No, they've done a good job in farming up all of those yellow dots. On the opposite side, Charizard's going to go for another dunk in the opposite lane to keep these scores even, but a Registeel is something that they want to be here for because they can just shred this down with Glaceon without, thank you, Toto, even getting a look in, as Miraidon's also going to defend the pad. And now they've got an attack and special attack buff heading on in with 20 seconds left to go until Regieleki spawns, but now they're just looking for their targets, and Darkrai's not going to be afraid to jump on in on this one.
Yeah, Darkrai does have access to a Unite move, so it can separate one of those players on Thank You, Toto, and send them into the worst nightmare. We're not going to really want that to happen. Mean Look will come onto the Charizard, so Aru will be able to get out. But Charizard has quietly made it up to level 12, and that's going to kind of be the key here. Can Charizard keep their level differential, try to get to level 13 as soon as possible, and actually do some real damage to the squad?
And look, Darkrai going to attack the Mew, make sure that it can't go in. The Mean Look's going to go on to the Trevenant on Voxo again, make sure they don't get any displacement. Mega Charizard's going to come through as Darkrai goes into the hidey hole. Bite Future Meteor Storm's going to rain down, taking down Voxo, sending them back. 3 members down of the side of Thank You, Toto, and the Glaceon is just going to shred the Mega Charizard inside that Mean Look. MTZ had a game plan going into this one, and it's going perfectly right now here, Husky.
Yeah, all you have to do is Mean Look that Mega Charizard and what can it actually do to you, and that's kind of what we saw there. Umbreon just setting that thing up for failure, and nobody can touch this Glaceon currently. Just so much damage and shred coming out from this Icicle Spear. Regidrago eviscerated in that central area. It is going to be Glaceon getting credit for that secure. I don't know if they're going to try to do anything with the scoring speed increase here, but getting a little bit of extra experience on their side is never a bad thing.
No, absolutely not. With 2 level 12s on the side of Thank You, Toto is not a bad shout. As we do have the Safeguard coming out as Buzzwole, we do see, I do believe it is the Superpower moveset, as well as the Safeguards are stopping it from sending anybody flying. Umbreon just making sure that nobody wants to push up onto them because they'll use it with a Mean Look. Voxo does catch somebody out with a Horn Leech as Darkrai does manage to escape into its Dark Pulse with the hidey hole, and the Charge Beam comes down. MTZ laid a trap, and it seems like Thank You, Toto fell right for it. Hook, line, and sinker.
I mean, they did lose Darkrai there, but that thing is only at level 10, just now taking into level 11, so not a huge loss if you're MTZ. Instead, you are now setting yourself up to be able to take this Regirock. It's going to be a huge boost in that endgame fight because, you know, if we thought that having the Blissey with the Safeguard and the Umbreon in the front line was enough tankiness, now with the Regirock buff, it's going to be even more. Darkrai will get credit for that secure, as Kyogre about to hit the map in game number 1 of the last set of our day.
Let's see how this goes. I mean, it's all on Thank You, Toto to do. They have no tier 1s up, but again, if they manage to take this Kyogre away from MTZ Esports, those are easy Honderbergs. Glaceon's going to keep its stacks up on those Ice Shields, but it looks like they're rotating up to this tier 1, looking for a score to try and bring this game a little bit closer. Charizard and Mew are dangerously close to being KO'd there as well, as Voxo does go down early. Icicle Sage has been set, and the Charizard has been locked onto. Doesn't even get to use... Oh, wow, I'm sorry, I'm mistaken. It does get to use its Mega as the Super Soul Slam is going to come onto the Miraidon, but that's going to be taken down by the Darkrai as well. And MTZ have rallied after a surprising start. Voxo is back with only 2 Unite moves left on the side of Thank You, Toto, with 2 also, including the Bliss Assistance on MTZ.
Yeah, I mean, we do have 2 support Unite moves that are really powerful for MTZ. We also have a back cap going in for this Charizard, while the rest of MTZ is starting to rip apart. Thank you, Toto, pushing them out back into their own central areas. Glaceon starts to build up those Icicle Spears on the Kyogre, and it looks like MTZ wants to go for a full rip. We do have opportunities to secure here for Thank you, Toto, but Kyogre is a very low Lobo.
Got to be very careful. Where's the secure going to come from on the Kyogre? It's going to be that Glaceon that manages to secure that with the Darkrai, pulling the the Charizard into the worst nightmare. Now they've got to get the KOs and they've got to go and score because MTZ are actually behind right now after the score from the Charizard. But Glaceon's going to put it right back into their favor. Vaporeon can't get away from the mean look as MTZ have 21 seconds to try and do this. But Vaporeon's just going to get away.
Yeah, Vaporeon, just such a tanky Pokemon. I don't really think it matters either way. Even if they were able to score, it's not going to be enough. The rest of MTZ has moved in, getting their points in. Just a couple more points on the board for good measure, and MTZ is going to win game number 1 of this set.
A very controlled game coming out from the side of MTZ, and it all has to rest on that Glaceon, Husky. I think that the Incense plus the combination with the mean look was just too much for Thank you, Toto, to deal with. Again, if Voxer tried to Horn Leash their way through, mean look. If Charizard tried to Mega Evolve and then punch their way through, mean look. If Brutal tried to get anywhere near on that Buzzwole, mean look, and then just get shred down by MDR and Knight. So a problem comp coming out from the side of MTZ. I wonder how Thank you, Toto are going to respond coming through. They're going to ban out that Glaceon, because if you ban out that Glaceon, you got to let one of those 6 annoying Pokemon that got banned out of that jail.
Yeah, I kind of think that MTZ just got everything they wanted, and they went for, Thank you, Toto went for the Mew and Vaporeon in their first 2 picks, and I think they maybe should have prioritized taking some of those, higher tier Pokemon off the board, because you already lose the Umbreon. I feel like, yeah, you definitely take Vaporeon here, but maybe you also take away Darkrai or Blissey, because those are 2 Pokemon that are commonly banned and just way too strong right now. But I mean, neither comp was bad, both were very good, but unfortunately I just really didn't like this Charizard here. It just got so hard countered by the mean look that it really couldn't get anything done.
I'm finding that it's a lot of the case with a lot of these megas right now. They're just getting hard countered by a mean look Umbreon. Even with the power up on close combat, you do allow a lot of safety with the healing, but even Mega Gyarados, it relies on that waterfall movement to chase down and do the damage, but then can get countered by that mean look. And I thought Thank you, Toto had a really good fight here, but it was just the countering ability of MTZ Esports in this fight to really bring it to their forefront, and did a fantastic job. I mean, the pressure was put on them towards the end of that fight with Charizard getting the 40 in. Charizard had to find their way to get to that level 12 and that level 13 for that final fight, and it came through the back capping that we did see it do a number of times. But this is just brutal here. Umbreon mean look into the Glaceon full spheres, and then the helping hand safeguard coming out from the Blissey really assisted, especially the shred coming out from Glaceon.
Yeah, I mean, and there's nothing that can dive this Glaceon either. Like, they didn't have any speedster or any all-rounder with high mobility that could really get back there and deal with that Glaceon. I feel like to deal with a Pokemon like that, you need a little bit of burst or a little bit more sustain in the front line to be able to deal with the Icicle Spears coming at you. And this is where we saw a little bit of a dangerous flip there from MTZ, but Glaceon still able to bring it home. I feel like we could have seen that secured by the other side, but just not enough damage on top of it.
No, I agree. I thought the Charizard was hiding in that bush after that back cap there, and then we thought maybe it was going to jump onto the Miraidon or jump onto the Glaceon. That might have been the better call to really stop that rip from coming through. But again, MTZ handled it brilliantly.
This could be our last game of the night here. We've got MTZ up 1 game. Thank you, Toto has decided to go with that first pick, and this time we're seeing the Groudon map that's going to be selected by MTZ Esports.
I mean, look, Thank you, Toto are going to ban up the Darkrai straight away, and just based on that first game, it's going to allow a few other Pokemon through. I wonder what it's going to allow through. I mean, definitely Mega Charizard Y is not going to be allowed through at all in this entire... I think this entire tournament, I think it's been the consistent Pokemon that's just been banned out every single game.
Yeah, I mean, it's unsurprising here. Banning out that Darkrai makes a lot of sense since MTZ did so well with it in the previous game. the Mew as well being banned out. I think they were the ones that played it last time, but I think they want to make sure as well that MTZ doesn't get a hold of it, and they don't want to have to first pick it away. So could be pretty smart. Also banning out the Vaporeon. They're just kind of banning out everything that was in the last game that they didn't like or didn't want to play against.
That's very interesting. 2 Megas going to get banned out for the side of MTZ. Umbreon not allowed. Vaporeon not allowed this time around, but Glaceon still on the pick. So I wonder if MTZ are still going to go for that Glaceon pick. It's going to be dependent on what Thank You Toto decide to pick first. Blastoise was banned in the previous game. It is such a problem Pokemon, but I almost saw Mara hover over that Tyranitar. But actually, this is a Pokemon that I would love to see more of. Phalanx is in such a bad place with Pokemon Unite right now, yet it has such a fun kit and such a fun moveset. Fortunately, I'm not going to be able to see it as MDR is going to snipe it in and take that Mewtwo Y.
That was crazy. The fact that we might have seen a Phalanx come out. I guess we still could if Armara is really considering it here, but we are going to see Zacian get picked up and Hoopa on the other side. Zacian has been pretty consistent. I feel like it comes out when teams aren't really sure, like there's a lot of top path picks, banned out, or they're not really sure what to go with, and Zacian is just very consistent. It does a lot of damage, but it's not super broken at the moment. MTZ lining up a couple of picks here. Galarian Rapidash. This is the first time we're going to see this pick today. It was banned in that previous game, so now we kind of get to see what MTZ has in store with this pick.
I'm excited to see what they decide to pick with Galarian Rapidash. I mean, Lakeep was hovering over Doduo, and every time I talk to someone, they always talk about Galarian Rapidash and Dodrio's similarities between the two. They were supposed to have the same kind of functions going forward, just run around, distract, and but Galarian Rapidash is one of those Pokemon. It's got a stun, it jumps in, it jumps out. It's a very interesting Pokemon, a really hard Pokemon to really just track down and get a hold of. But to deal with that Inteleon, I think is a great pick, especially because Vox is going to be considering that front line of, again, you've got Psyduck, you've got Latias, you've got Mewtwo Y. So Vox is going to have to protect Jumpy quite well, and then Amara on that Mimikyu as well. We've seen Mimikyu be a problem today, Husky.
Yeah, Mimikyu is really solid. It's got 2 good move sets. You can kind of pivot depending on what the other team has. I also like this Latias wearing 2 pairs of glasses on it as well. It's a support, but it's got a little bit of sustain, and it can also be played as an attacker. So depending on what MTZ wants to do, we could kind of see this double backline, or the Latias being played with that more frontliner, sustainer type of moveset.
It's a different look from the game 1 that we saw. In game 1, we saw MTZ come up with a clear plan. Me look everything and then shred it down with Darkrai and Glaceon. And then now we're seeing a little bit more of an open comp. We can't really see too many. I'm struggling to actually see too many advantages for either side. We're just going to see how it's going to go and how it plays out with both of these teams. So, the map is also Groudon, just by the way. So we had Kyogre in the first one. Now we got Groudon in the second one. No love for Rayquaza at all. And I guess if that shows you how the player base feels about Rayquaza, that's clear indication.
Yeah, to be fair, I wouldn't pick it either. But here we go. Game number 2. Thank You, Toto and MTZ Esports. MTZ looking to wrap us up here. And Thank You, Toto looking to take us to a game number 3. We are going to see Blastoise in this bottom path playing more of your traditional type of defender role. And paired with this little Sobble looking to get some good secures.
They're trying to put the pressure on, but Blastoise is just so good at securing and stunning early game. You see Latios getting absolutely nothing of that but 7 and 9 points. Perspectively to this little Sobble, Hooper's going to start off the scoring for us, as well as we got double buff Galarian Ponyta with the stun. Isn't going to get KO'd because it has to use that X speed, but Zacian is there to put the sword down in its way to make sure that no KO comes for the side of MTZ Esports.
Yeah, Galarian Rapidash, very annoying Pokemon. It just has so much movement speed, and it gets that hindrance resistance with its passive, so you kind of have to break the hindrance resistance before you can actually do damage to this thing, and a good Galarian Rapidash player can be absolutely terrifying. It's kind of like a Dodrio, where, it might suck, but if it's a good player, it's probably going to be insane. We already see Hoopa getting taken out here. They do make it back through the hyperspace hole, but good start here for MTZ.
I mean, Hooper putting down that hyperspace hole before it got KO'd was really good there because Amara was starting to schmoove with those Shadow Claws. Galarian Rapidash is going to take the second full rotation of that central lane, it seems. So no Shadow Sneak quickly yet for Amara, but they're going to go after the Hooper. It's going to get stunned, break that disguise. Amara's not afraid at all. That Citrus Berries did get popped, and I think Amara was just going to take it, but Mega Mewtwo Y, MDR, is just going to rain down the damage on this unevolved Voxshow. Sobble can't get anywhere near, but gets close enough for the Side Strike to hit. Talonflame's going to come down and take the KO with a fly.
Yeah, big hit there from the fly with that Talonflame. Trying to move in now to get a secure. They will be able to do so, but here comes the level 7 on that Galarian Rapidash. They're going to jump in. Fairy Wind on this Pokemon. That's a surprising pick.
I mean, Rapidash is slowed right now, and it is going to be slowed is the danger, because Talonflame, when it gets into hunting mode, it is a problem, and it can do a big amount of damage with that fly. Sobble is going to get the evolution to Drizzile and try and get some momentum on the board. These Hooper holes are proving very, very useful right now for the side of Thank You, Toto.
Yeah, I mean, it has so much mobility and map control advantage with something like a Hoopa, so being able to send everybody all over the place on the map can really keep an advantage going. The Fairy Wind will hit that Hoopa, though, and they will be quickly taken down, not before a Hyperspace Hole is placed, but nobody takes it just yet. Talonflame Fly lands on the Mimikyu, doesn't do nearly enough damage to really take anybody out.
I mean, 4 members of MTZ are on that top pad. I think they want to try and break this pad to try and get some early positioning sense. Stunned by the Psyduck on to the Zacian. They're going to try and pick up a KO on the Hooper. Doesn't make its own hyperspace hole, but the Flame Sweep is going to come in and try and do a little bit more disruption. The Psyduck Headache is going to stun everyone back alongside the Surf. KO on the Talonflame, and MTZ Esports looking strong and dominant as Talonflame a Galarian Rapidash picks up a KO on the Hooper.
Yeah, they just kind of walked into the enemy Flux Zone there, hit him with a good couple Fairy Winds. It's a move that we haven't seen a lot of. I know that Galarian Rapidash semi-recently got a buff to this moveset, but I feel like I've seen mostly Dazzling Gleam. But the Fairy Wind with a little bit of extra CC on that final hit does seem to be doing some good damage nowadays.
I mean, Blastoise is fully online. They've got the buff coming through from the Reg Ice to keep them a little bit more sustained. We haven't seen the Inteleon too much into that. I do believe that was a Liquidation Inteleon coming through. We did see that. The Triad Blitz going to come through to try and trap the Talonflame in. It is Liquidation as they go further and further through their own Flux Zone. And Liquidation can only shoot from afar. Bubble07 trying their best to complete the mission of keeping this pad up. But Hooper going to absorb most of that damage. And MTZ going to break that tier 1.
We do see Latias as well with that Dragon Cheer moveset, so giving a little bit of extra healing and move speed to Pokemon on their side as they're hitting it. And they also have Dragon, it's all Dragon. It's Dragon Pulse, I believe, is the other one to stack up their Eon power and do some extra damage as well.
Yeah, look, the Shadow Sneak has been caught onto Talonflame. Oh, the Flame Sweep into the play with me. It still doesn't pick up the KO, but it actually does as the Shadow Sneak resets with the KO, and Amara is schmoovin' and groovin' with this Mimikyu. Zacian thought they were going to pull the Unite move, but the Hydro Typhoon is the Unite move that finally puts the damper on Amara and sends him back to Nurse Joy. And Psyduck pulling out the full power Sai to really back off. Thank you, Toto.
Yeah, Psyduck just had to use that Unite move there to give themselves a little bit of extra shield in case Thank You Toto decided to push. So, you know, ultimately it didn't get too much done, but I think that Mimikyu definitely pulled out a great play by going after that Talonflame there with that play with me. They did get another KO as well. Unfortunately got taken down, but ultimately I think MTZ is pretty happy with how that fight turned out.
And they've still got both of their tier 1s up. A Registeel is on the board. Unfortunately, that is not where you want to be if you are Agent Bubble07 getting absolutely blitzed by MTZ Esports. Blastoise is going to come in as well. 7 points are going to go into the tier to give a little bit of distraction for Talonflame, but this Registeel is dangerously low. I believe it is Mimikyu.
Wow.
Oh, that secures the Regieleki. No, it was Zacian.
Okay.
That secures the Registeel. Bit of confusion there for everybody.
Yeah, I hate when that happens, when it like pops up with 2 notifications notifications at like the same time. I was like, Mimikyu's not even here. How did they get it? But that will actually walk into the tier 2 goal zone there for Mimikyu. They will get punished for it, but they do get a couple of points. It was a great secure there on that bottom path for Thank You Toto, who was able to take that Registeel out of the hands of MTZ. Now we've got level 12 on the Galarian Rapidash, and they're looking to push into their central area, potentially looking for a score here. 4 seconds left on the Regieleki. Not going to be able to get it. Instead, they turn onto this Hoopa.
I mean, putting into that. Oh, and Blastoise gets taken down as well. I think that's a bit of thank you for everybody that's had to deal with a Blastoise recently. Blastoise is actually one of the only games we're seeing it struggle right now because there are so many annoying spots that MTZ are actually finding right now that Blastoise just cannot cover. It's surfing, it's trying to get its way through, but unable to really just zone in on a target. Trying to zone in on a Psyduck, it can get its way out. Trying to zone in on a Rapidash, it can make its way out. Same with the Latios as well. And Amara is just smoothing and grooving. So 140 to 229 as we head to the final stretch right now. And I'm liking this from MTZ, Husky. They are all over the board. We saw this in, I think, the previous set. It's just the confidence to know that they can do these, the objectives that they want to do. They have things that they want to explore all over the map, and they have the confidence not to get KO'd, but if they do get KO'd, they're getting KO'd for the right reasons.
Yeah, they're positioned really well here in these last 30 seconds before Groudon spawns. They're hiding, looking for vision. They are going to be able to see that this Hoopa is here, so they know they can catch somebody. And Thank You, Toto. None the wiser to it just yet. Surf will go in and stunned up by this Psy Strike. Hoopa has to use a Hyperspace Hole, not able to KO this Blastoise, but it was definitely a little bit scary for a second there for Thank You, Toto.
I mean, Blastoise is not the Pokemon you want to lose in that moment right there. It's so good. But again, MDR doesn't have access to that Mega Mewtwo Unite. With Talonflame looking for a back cap, they probably see it coming. So now MTZ going to try and put the pressure on. Can they keep the scores level? Because it's 196 to 299. Talonflame is, I thought they were going for a back cap, but now they're looking for a flank as MTZ have pushed this fight further and further away from their own central area.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart to back cap when you have something like a Hoopa because they can use their Unite move. Here comes the Psy immediately into the Mewtwo. Why Unite move? Hoopa doesn't quite have their Unite move available just yet. Rapidash takes Inteleon down really quickly. Hoopa still not popping the rings up bound. Finally, they do in front of the Groudon pit, but it's too little, too late. The rest of the squad is already down, Lobo.
I mean, it's only Talonflame left alive as we see Sky is trying to survive in a 4v1 situation. Even if you are in your unbound form, that's a hefty task. Talonflame could come in and clear up a Galarian Rapidash. Then the Flame Sweep's going to come in. Can they secure? The fly is up. They just don't have to hit it as they went. Play With Me comes through. And I thought the crit enhanced from Inteleon could do it with the Azure Spy Vision, but they did not manage to get that through as we have a secure on the Groudon. There was 1 point in that for the longest amount of time. It was 228 to 229, Husky, but now MTZ Esports is looking to put this beyond all shadow of a doubt.
That was such a funny engagement there from the Talonflame because they went in with the Flame Sweep, they went up, and MTZ just completely stopped putting damage on Groudon. So there was no way that they were going to be able to secure it with Fly. So eventually they had to come down. What goes up must come down there. And then Mimikyu capitalized on it immediately through the Play With Me on top of the Talonflame. Let the rest of the squad finish out that Groudon, secured it, and they're going to be taking this one in a 2-0 fashion.
I mean, that's going to bring their score up to 2-2. That's exactly where they want to do. And I'm seeing the creativity coming out from MTZ, whether they're playing off-meta picks or whether they're playing meta picks right now. They have a good sense of control of the map coming through, and I can't wait to see how they go. Thank You, Toto. Their first time coming through as a completely new team. They've obviously played together before, but they're going to, it's going to take some time for them to find their feet and get working. But MTZ showing a very, very strong performance, taking this 2-0. And again, it was a very, very fun performance to see the combination plays between Haru and Knight on this Galarian Rapidash and that Latias.
I mean, well played by Thank You, Toto. They had some good moments. Talonflame with 4 KOs, but still, MTZ Esports able to bring out the Galarian Rapidash that was banned away from them in the previous match and really do some damage with that Fairy Wind Smart Strike moveset. Unbelievable playing there from MTZ Esports, able to maintain their composure while still being able to play as aggressively as they want to, and they're going to be able to take this game.
Absolutely fantastic. I just, it's been such a great night of Unite as well for the grassroots scene. We've seen some incredible matches. We've gone to game 3 situations the entire way around, and it's just been such an joy to watch, to see these grassroots teams in these grassroots competitions come through and put on some stellar performances, in all honesty. And we look through some of these highlights.
Yeah, let's look through some of the replays from our final game. Talonflame did have some really solid moments. MTZ just was able to keep the pressure the entire time. We saw them here opting not to break that goal zone until they got a little bit more points in. And then we had this moment here. The Talonflame went in for the Registeel, and everybody on MTZ had to back up a little bit because Latias ended up getting KO'd. But the interesting choice here from Talon to go for a score instead of looking for the Registeel secure allowed this Rapidash to jump back in, try to get a secure there. Not able to, but Mimikyu was able to get Regieleki in the top half.
I can see the thought, most people are going to think, oh my god, someone's scoring, we need to stop them right now. Unfortunately, this Regieleki walking in was just a little bit of a miscalculation on the side of Thank You To Do. I mean, Amara able to live just a little bit longer to get those scores in, but then it provided even more of a distraction that they had to make sure that base was defended. And here's the Groudon fight coming through right now. 3 members down for the side of Thank You To Do. Sky is open. You mentioned it whilst we were broadcasting it live that Hooper held that Unite move for just a bit too long, but then this is the moment we saw Flame Sweep.
Yeah, just
stopped.
Look at them.
They all just stopped.
Literally just stopped. Nobody doing anything, and Talonflame was just up there with nowhere to go. And that's what I wish my solo queue teammates would do. I'm like, guys, there's a Talonflame coming. It has fly. It's going to secure. Stop hitting it. But, yeah, MTZ, the call was correct there. Wait out the fly. Make sure that it can't get that secure. Take out the Talonflame and then finish off that Groudon. There's a second there where I thought the basic attack from Inteleon would get it, but still MTZ. They were able to pull it out. Great games from them.
I mean, anytime there's an Inteleon there, if it's got its crits, if it's got its stacks up, it has the ability to secure anything, in all honesty. But that was going to be our final game for tonight. 4 incredible sets, incredible matches across the board. I think that's going to be it from you and me, Husky. Before we go, we got to say our thank yous to Siobhan and Nats, who are behind the scenes for the production and everything else on there. Thank you so much for all the teams that played as well. As we give you a final rundown of the standings, Husky, do you want to take us through our top 4 at the moment?
Yeah, let's take a look at our updated standings. We've got Rework Esport Gear 4-0, Rework Esport Core now 3-1. Team Int, we also saw today, end up going up to 3-1. Los Duros drops down to 2-2, tied now with MTZ Esports. Or not tied, they're 1 point ahead of MTZ, but they've got the same record. Supernova able to pull it out here and grab a game win or a match win against Rework Esport Core. So they are now in 6th place, and then our 2 bottom teams with 0 and 4. But this is looking like a really interesting set of standings here going into the second half of our Masters League.
I mean, that has to be the game of the night, that final game between Supernova and Rework Esport Core. That was just so incredible to come through. So, congratulations to them for getting their first win on the board, their first map win, their first set win on the board. And I hope to see them perform and, take that victory and keep going, because they performed very, very well against one of the second ranked team in the league. And as we go through all the standing, congratulations to everybody that played today. You guys put on such a brilliant performance. That was so fun for me and for Husky to sit here and to cast. But we got the stream schedule. This is how we go. I believe this is for... This was today. So we've got... this is for tomorrow, I believe. No.
This is the 22nd of February. Tomorrow we've got the mid-seasonal double elimination, and then they get added to the standings before group stage. And then round 5 will take place the 22nd of February. This is what your schedule is going to look like. Again, a couple of really solid setups here.
Yeah, absolutely. Rework Esport Gear going to go up against Team Int. Los Duros. Oh my god, I can't even get through all of that too quick, are you, Siobhan? But all of those will be posted online on Twitter and everything. You guys want to go see the schedules and everything else like that. Big thank you to everyone behind the production desk as well for making this production so absolutely wonderful. And thank you so much, Husky. It's been a hot minute since you and I have had a chance to cast together, but it's been an absolute pleasure.
Yeah, it's a very smooth day of games today.
Yeah.
It's not often that we have a smooth, production. Everybody's there, not too many crashes going on. So always a pleasure to work on here with Unity Clash and the EUL. Thanks to Ghatlue, of course. This is being broadcasted on his channel as well. Shiv for production, DioEva for the stats, and everybody else behind the scenes. We really appreciate you. And thanks to everybody for watching today. I guess we'll see you with tomorrow at the mid-seasonal, and then following that, our round 5 in a couple weeks.
Let's not forget, EUIC is next weekend. So we're going to take a break of all action there and turn our attention to the international stage over there. But thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you, Husky. She already mentioned all the thank yous. I can't mention anybody all, but have a absolutely fantastic morning, evening, or good night, wherever you are. We will see you next time over here at Unity Clash. See you later, everybody. Bye.